live as we are, and it's Tuesday, October 25th in my part of the world, which is the Pacific coast of North America, and it is the Keshe plasma reactor group, and we'll be doing things Keshe. We will try to, as I got from someone earlier today, the phrase Keshify, to plasmify and Keshify. Some, in the case of this crystal radio technology that I've been talking about, we're trying to Keshify it by making devices that would normally be electronic and electrical type parts, make them into plasma components, or make them useful to measure plasma in some way. Okay, so in that regard, for this week I've got a new little device which is kind of cute. Last week it was the electric ping pong ball, but this is the electric Gans ball. It's now filled with GANs, and it's got an electrode that goes down into the center, which is a multi-strand wire, and one of the tiny wee strands, it's all nano-coated, one of the tiny wee strands goes to the actual electrode on this input here. Actually, it's an output, and it goes to a standard phono plug, like so. So, a little more light on the subject here. So basically, this is the device, and the phono plug just pushes into there, and we have a cool little sensor for sensing fields, and it'll actually sense my hand or other fields around. So it's still got some development work to do, but the possibility of putting a coil around the outside, that would be the ground coil, and that would sort of direct the field so that would be more directional rather than just all around, and so on. There's different things that can be added to it. There's 3 different kinds of GANs in here now, but it could be other combinations. Another thing to do is to spin up the Gans ball first and create the actual Gans rings, and that way if you carefully slow down the rotation after setting those Gans rings, then they would stay there, and that might make it interesting as a sensing apparatus, I thought. As far as Gans rings go, what I mean is, let's have a little closer view of the apparatus here. And let me zero in a bit. And reset the focus because it's auto focusing wrong, so something like that, I guess. And so anyway, the Gans ring, what's called the Gans ring, for those who don't know that older technology that we were using last year, the Gans ring occurs when you rotate GANs in a sphere, and especially if you have 2 or 3 different kinds of GANs, it'll form different colored rings according to the density of the GANs when the apparatus gets spinning. I can actually show that quickly here. I've got so you can see over here. Okay, it's going to autofocus. I think it'll be alright. I've got a variac here, which is a variable voltage supply, and it goes, it's plugged in with a the sewing machine motor. I have to get it up a bit higher there. This is a sewing machine motor here, and it's got a belt drive system that goes to the apparatus, which is, by the way, on a rotating ability to rotate in any direction. So what we're going to do is just rotate the sphere here and have a look at that. So, okay, you can see it's going at a slow speed there. It's not even enough to get the anything happening. Once the speed gets up around a few hundred RPM, then the Gans ring starts to form here more distinctly. And once it's up to 1,000 and up to maybe 2,000 or 3,000 RPM, then it forms very distinctive layerings in there. And the longer you leave it on, then the more concentrated it gets, essentially. And as long as you don't slow it down too fast, then it actually maintains that ring across pretty much all the Gans. There's still some on the bottom that did not stick on the sides of the container, but it pretty much does. Anyway, that's a little bit about the Gans situation. Go backwards here again. And hopefully I can get some results out of this Gans ball assembly. I guess I could sort of show that since I've opened up that can of worms a little faster than I thought. That's okay. Okay, I have to get back here. And okay, I think you'll be able to hear this just through, hopefully not too loud. Let me try it first. Oops, I'm not hooked in. Try this. Okay, I'm not sure if the right cable is on, but let's try it here. Not hearing it. Okay, what's going on here? I'm not sure. It doesn't seem to be kicking in properly here. Okay, for some reason I'm not able to get the audio on that right now, so we'll have to just fake it. Ooh. Basically, that's what, something like that. But the idea is that different experiments can be done with that to sense fields. We looked at that last week. I don't want to get into it too much more right now. I just wanted to show what some of the latest setup that I'm working with. And the other part of that is this deal here. This little deal here, which is I've put one of these coils, a tuning coil that I've also got in my other apparatus over here. A tuning coil from a crystal radio setup, more advanced one than the basic one. And I just glued it into my test tube rack here. I put a ground plate in of copper oxide nano-coated plate. And I've put that's for the bottom wire of this coil. The top wire of the coil goes to this terminal here that I've put in, which is now hooked up to my 20-foot antenna that I have stretched across my living room / lab roof. So essentially this is like part of a crystal radio circuit. I'm going to put the rest of the parts out on here so it'll be like a tuned circuit, and then we can put things in like CO2 GANs in this case, and put it in as part of the tuned circuit and try to discern between the CO2 GANs, and here's some plain salt water, and then there's distilled water here as a standard to make, have a ground place to default to. And we can just try different things and try to tune this circuit so that it responds to these different components. So it might take some odd tuning in order to do that. Different types of ground plates, maybe attaching to the actual house ground. I've got a wire here that plugs in, this wire here, that plugs into an ordinary cord with a plug-in that looks like this. The two metal prongs have been broken off, and there's just the ground electrode left. So I can use that one wire from the ground electrode and attach it to other parts as a definite ground, although it does have some interference because it's part of the house system, and it's not actually a perfect ground because there's other wires involved and so on that set up different ground loop circuits and whatnot. But it does work as more or less of a ground, and it can be experimented with. And in that case, I would attach to this wire on the bottom wire of the coil. And so I'm not sure if I can get the audio working in order to even hear that right now, but I'll play with that a bit in a while. In the meantime, let's see what other people have. I didn't want to get too far involved in that because it can get quite boring for some people, probably. I don't know. Okay, I bet there's some people that are just waiting to show things here. Right? You see, Lee, you got something to show today?
Yeah, I've cut open a couple of my carbon maggraph coils. I can if I share a screen here somehow, I can show you the pictures of what they look like when you pour epoxy.
So,
so this is the carbon maggraph coil that I just used hot glue on.
Yeah.
And the hot glue does not penetrate the coils, even though I was trying to squirt it in between them. And there, I pulled this one right out. It wasn't glued at all. So.
Wow. Yeah.
So these inside coils are going to vibrate in the car and eventually short circuit out.
Well, that's good research, Lee. I think that's something that should be passed on to people. That whoa, there's a good one. This is the epoxy, right?
I think this one is the epoxy. And you see it got in between the two coils.
Yeah.
So the two coils are solid together, but it didn't get into the inside, so that the wire, that's the one wire right on the inside, is kind of loose, so it's going to vibrate a little bit.
That's true, but it does leave an interesting void part in the middle for the plasma to flow through. If I was plasma, that's where I would go.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that this wire vibrating inside would short circuit or something.
Yeah.
So this is one of them is epoxy, the other one's fiberglass resin, the polyester resin, again, Canadian Tire, and that got inside too. So these resins are no problem. Interesting, the Gans Ball had no water in it. It was just the sludge left over inside there.
How much water did it start with?
It was filled right up.
It was filled?
Yeah.
What?
So the water has disappeared from the Gans ball, and all that was left is the Gans itself, basically. So not sure why.
And there's no sign of any leakage or anything. Is that
Oh
right?
no, it's all no wetness, and plus it was all encased and well, first hot glued in and then encased in the resin. So in fact, you can, this is the Gans ball, the cap on top that's hot glued to seal off the top, and then the rest is all encased in the resin. So
Wow. Well, that's fairly significant.
Right, Keshe. Thank you so much for doing that. That's really, really well done. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay, I'm
that's
gonna
good to know.
share my spreadsheet. If I can find it here. Okay, so I've done 17 of these carbon magravs for test units. This last 6 there, they're not built totally yet. But it's interesting, the results are pretty well all over the map. I'm not, you know, I got a good result on a hot glue on here. The best result was with hot glue. That one's, the polyester resin gave me a good result. Yeah, you got there's other polyester resins here that were terrible and stuff. So some epoxies here didn't work. These two, I think there was something else wrong. I think maybe I didn't wear the coils right or something, because they didn't nano-coat the wires at all. But I had a good one with epoxy here, and I've been putting some water Gans in between, like I'd glue the 2 halves together, and then if they had resin or epoxy in it, then I'd put some water Gans in the middle, and you know, this one worked good, that one didn't. This one worked great, you know. So there must be some factors I'm not thinking about here or something, but I'm getting some different results. Some of them are good, some bad. So then the other thing about these results here, that was I had just 2-foot long test leads coming out of each unit, and now I'm going to put a 12-foot long wire in between the 2 test leads. Now the test leads are nano-coated, and you get a more accurate time frame on how long it takes to nano-coat a 12-foot wire, and it should take about 6 days if this 1.7 foot a day result up here is good. So that's the testing that's going on. I hope to get some here based on my best results here. I'm going to build these 6 and actually get them out in some cars and get them tested in some cars. That's the plan. So that's that. I put all of these things in the freezer in some ice. Not see if I can
Put the Magrav unit, you mean?
Yeah.
Before you immersed it in epoxy, or after?
Oh, totally. I built one.
Okay.
Can't find it. Let's try that again. Share screen. There it is. Okay. Oops, hit the wrong button. So that's it was like in a 5-gallon bucket. That doesn't show too much, other than there's some white, sort of a white area around the Magrav. This is one that wasn't working very good. Okay. So I was just wondering what the fields would look like around that. But the only thing you can see in here is it's sort of white around it. So, but there's, other than that, there's nothing much to look at. And then I started melting it away, and you can just see a bit of white around it. So this was the one that didn't nano-coat the wires. This one was the defective one or whatever. Number 6, and then this was number 12 or whatever. It This had some interesting patterns on the top of the bucket. And this would be facing up in the freezer. And then it was all white around this one. So you can see the white still and the interesting sort of things on top. I don't know why it would just be on top and not out the sides, because this the car unit's sort of sitting sideways in the water here. And I probably took it out of the freezer too soon, because it was all hollow around the car maggrav unit. It was just water. So last part to freeze would have been the water around the unit.
Interesting though.
So anyway, I melted away the top, and that's the way it's sitting inside. So anyway,
Well, it's interesting that you attempted that. At least that's first time I've seen a frozen maggrav, I think.
So
I was actually thinking, what if we took an ordinary maggrav, like you would see, you know, like the one I have here, and actually put it in a freezer and took it like way down in temperature. And what if we took it down to near absolute zero even? And I mean, that's when we know for sure that copper oxide has magical superconducting, where it actually becomes a superconductor according to science and so on. They say it isn't a superconductor once it warms up more than a few degrees and so on. They're trying to make it warmer and warmer, but it's elusive for them to continue with that superconducting state without being really, really cold. But maybe with ours, we only have to take it down to, you know, 20 or 30 below or something, instead of whatever it is, 273 below or something. So I'm thinking that that would be a good experiment to check the input and output of the maggrav while it's being frozen. Well, it's, you know, being taken down in temperature degree by degree, and see what difference it makes in the readings.
I hope so, because I'm not mature enough to handle liquid nitrogen.
That's probably what it would take as well. I don't think I'm old enough for that either.
So I can. This is Denny.
Mhm.
I might add to the mix for Lee. I noticed you're using the system where you use those PVC caps, 4-inch PVC caps. Is that right?
that's right.
And so I was looking at all that hot glue, and I thought, well, I don't want something that thick. I don't want something that deep. What would be something that's PVC and not that deep? And so I thought of test caps, PVC test caps. Do you know what they are? Well, let me.
Well, I'm using PVC pressure caps, which are and I also got some ABS test caps.
Yeah. Okay. So that the reason. Can I share screen, Rick?
Sure, go ahead. I think you can just go ahead.
Okay. So let me annotate, because I just love to annotate. I use this color, and I don't know why this color came up, but let's just use a green. So right here is a test cap. You see, they're not very deep. You can take and just knock these off, and they sit in a 4-inch pipe, PVC pipe. And so you put your coil, one of them in this one, and then you have two of them, and you put them on two ends of the pipe. You put a piece of clear, I don't know, whatever you think is best, whether it's polycarbonate or plexiglass, and glue it down to the edge. Even if you want to try to thread something like this, make a thread and screw something in there, that gets away. I mean, you're basically not having to use hot glue there because you're right up, the coils are right up next to the plexiglass. And so that's what I would, that's what I began to think about.
Well, that's not true, because the reason for all the glue, the epoxy or the resin or the hot glue, is to stop these things from vibrating.
Yeah, well, so you,
So you got to glue them.
well, it looks like that you could pressure them on there without, and the
No, it's the coil inside the coil. They vibrate like crazy, and they just short circuit out. That's all you.
okay, so you got what you're trying to do. Then what you might want to do then, if you're really concerned about that, is you you might want to place your inner coil in a tube. You know
Well,
what I mean? You take a so when you're designing your coil, you design it knowing that you don't want it bouncing up against the inside coil, bouncing up against the outside coil. In other words, you don't want your gravitational bouncing up against your magnetical. And so if you don't want to do that, then you start to say, what are some of my alternatives? Well, if I don't want that, maybe I can stick the inner one inside a hose, inside of a plastic tube, and then just make my coils the size accordingly so it fits the inside, the gravitational coil will fit inside the magnetical coil, and give that a test. I also, let me get out of here. I don't need to do this any longer. So let me see, do I even have, I don't think I have my video plugged in, but I will in a second. There's not, it's nothing, it's not great guns what I'm going to show you. It's just something. Okay, am I, all right.
You're on.
This right here is powdered snow. And what it does is it holds and you put your Gans water in that, and it holds the water for a longer time. And this is what I was also thinking about. And this is a little canister it comes in, and you put water in there. You just put a little bit of that, and it just fluffs right up. And I was talking about the spitballs, I don't know, a little while back. And so let me just see, I'll dump these in here. These are spitballs, and they're full of water. You see that? And that's what a spitball looks like when it's full of spit. Well, it's full of Gans water. And this is what it looks like when it comes in a little pack. And so the reason you do that is that so it retains and holds the water longer. And so it retains and holds the Gans longer. When you put these in, you drop them into your liquid Gans, or you can even drop them into the Gans as well that's in the bottom of your liquid Gans, and it'll pick up some Gans as well. So
it will pick up the Gans, eh? It'll actually absorb the Gans into the little spheres.
Yeah, you're going to get very fine Gans. You're not going to get like you're not going to see big clumps. This right here was water. You can get them turning kind of red with your plasma water. They're not too bad. So you can also take those balls and grind them up once they're larger, and it acts like now I got a bunch of ground up little bits of Gans water that holds. But this snow was it's easier to use. Let me unscrew that because you were talking about that your moisture was gone. And so this is a very fine granular stuff, you know. And so when you drop, I guess I could do a little sample of that and show you.
What is this stuff again?
It's called instant snow. It's the
Instant
same thing
snow.
that's made, those spitballs are made out of, but
Okay.
they're purposed to be like snow rather than a
I
spitball.
see. Okay.
And so
Where did you get instant snow? I'm just trying to imagine what kind of store sells instant snow.
of course I went online and I looked for spitballs.
Okay. Yeah.
And the company that sold spitballs sold the instant snow. It was just for kids, you know, it's a fun
okay.
thing.
Yeah.
And the reason I want that is, okay, I want to maybe put it in a pain pad and put even the balls in a pain pad.
I'm thinking in a plasma capacitor it might be good.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm planning on doing with this, and I haven't come up with the idea that I want. When I fill this, like this is a little bit different. I don't even know if I might have one right here. Just a moment. They're a four-way fitting rather than a T. And basically you get these for, I got them from Home Depot, but they're basically for building and putting together tents and stuff like that. Every little T tent.
Yeah, they're a PVC furniture fitting.
Yeah.
Up in my area, Home Depot doesn't carry them, and
You have to buy those online.
on their online catalog.
Yeah, I looked in Home Depot.
Yeah,
Lee
I
Valley
couldn't find
Tools
them.
has them, but the easiest, the cheapest ones are from Pipeworks in Iowa. I bought a whole bunch out of Iowa. They deliver quick and everything. So
yeah, you're having a problem with your audio.
for my coils,
It's skipping out. You're having a problem with your audio. It's skipping out. So unless that was my computer that was doing it. So this cap is compared to the other. This is 43 cents compared to the PVC cap. I don't know how much it cost, but I think it was near $5 for the PVC cap, where this was 43 cents. And
they're $1.60.
You're
$1.60 for a 3-inch cap.
Okay, for 3, so you're doing 3-inch with your this one here is a 4-inch, and so it would be I think this was 43 and the 3-inch is 33, and then of course I'm putting it on this, so I worked it over. And
nice little tray.
And so I want it for this particular unit I'm putting together. I haven't come up with the capacitor battery that I want to put in here, and I know it's going to be it's probably going to be this right here. This snow is going to pack up and through here, and so how I make that capacitor battery is I haven't formulated the actual way I'm going to do it yet. And so I noticed that one time Mr. Keshe talked about grinding up your plastic pop bottle tops and putting some hot melt when you put these together, and putting your CH3 Gans water in it. And so now that we're using the hemoglobin Gans water, is also, you could do that. And I can also think of ways where I would plug this off and use a different Gans in each column, and the type of capacitor I don't know yet. So it's just being formulated. My thoughts are, and I don't know exactly what I'll do. But the reason I even brought this up is this testing cap, this PVC test cap that and then you eliminate the vibration, putting it in a plastic, putting your gravitational coil inside a plastic. Let's just say it'll fit inside of a plastic tube, and
Yeah, it'd have to be
bigger
pretty
than an aquarium tube, but and so you'd put it inside a little plastic tube, and then you get rid of the bouncing back and forth between the mag coil and the grav coil that's inside these things. So you would have to make it accordingly, and then
Yeah, you'd have to make the inner coil smaller than normal, or the outer coil bigger than normal to make that
yes,
fit.
and so that would be an option. It's not that it's the only option. It's just, well, it's worth a try.
Yeah, or maybe a shrink wrap could work as well, perhaps as a coating or something.
And so
Actually, the other thing about the epoxy is I'm putting powdered GANs in the epoxy, and that seems to work good.
Mm-hmm.
And the one I had titanium dioxide powdered GANs, and the other one I had CH3 powdered GANs. They're both working good. So compared to not putting GANs in the epoxy, so that's.
I'm not saying not do what you're doing. I'm just saying there's another option.
Yeah, I just I don't know whether I mentioned that I was putting the GANs in the epoxy, but just I don't know. What I'm also doing is
let me get off of my video and let you have it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, let me pin you. There we go. Yeah.
Now we see you, Rick.
Oh.
We lost Lee.
I pinned him, but I didn't spotlight him. There we go.
That's the two test caps glued back to back. But I've also, you can put them in the chop saw and cut them down so they just the 16th clearance on the center flat coil. So like there's a flat coil that's on top, and the two coils, and then the connections are on the bottom. So that assembly is about 1 inch thick. I use a 3/4 inch little plastic ball in there, but with the hot glue on the caps, it's about 1 inch maybe in the middle. So that's about 1 inch. So and that cut the one that when I cut them down and keep them close together, they seem to work better than the one with the gap in between. And I've tried it with liquid Gans water in the middle, but eventually after I finish my testing, I think the next batch I'm going to drill a hole here and actually fill the whole thing solid with epoxy. So there's no liquid in there to leak out or anything. That'll make that one just one solid puck of plastic.
Now, one thing you can do to make sure that the epoxy or other types of stuff like that gets in between the coils is to put the whole thing in a vacuum chamber or just a bag and vacuum it using one of the vacuum units they have that you can vacuum things in bags. You could probably use its vacuum unit. Some of them have an auxiliary vacuum unit, a hose that you can put into any bag you want, basically, and that sucks the bubbles out. So that's something to think about with that.
Yeah, I got another question. I've been using the standard 144 turn, 81 turn for my inner and outer coils, and that they're tight inside these caps with no stretching. Is that ratio, that number cast in stone? We've been sort of using that all the time, but or is it just as long as we have a number of turns divisible by 9? Like, can I cut it down to 126 and 60? What is it, 62 or something? And then I can stretch my coils a bit, and then for sure the epoxy is going to get in there, because
Well,
also uses just a little bit bigger gap, and they'll epoxy will run in real good.
That's a good question.
I'm going to jump in here just for that answer. A purist will do that because they're looking for the optimum. They're looking for the 9 and the optimum. but a person who is just working for efficiency rather than the optimum efficiency don't have to use the nines. Use what the construction gives you. In other words, use what your cap gives you. If you go to a larger cap, let's say you go to a 4-inch cap, then you can, and you want your coil to be tighter than that one, you may want to use another number. But as far as then, because the nines work, and it's always nice to do nines because it seems to be standard and everybody's got their mind set to the nines, and there's a lot of testing that shows that nines work better as an optimum.
There's also a lot of science behind it in terms of octaves and the 432 tuning and all that kind of thing as well. It's all divisible by 9.
Yeah, so when you start to listen to music and different singers, even the bad singers can make money.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking is I was thinking of going to 18 gauge wire and put them in a 2-inch cap. These ABS test caps, they look kind of neat the way they got.
It's like a double hockey puck.
Nice,
it looks really
nice
cool.
Little compared to the other one.
Yeah, I like it. That's a great idea.
The smaller cars these days, there's no room under the hood. I mean, I tried to put into my niece's car, and I ended up drilling a couple of holes in the frame just to mount it, because there was next to no place to mount them. But if we had a smaller one, so that if they work, that's something else I'm going to test. But that was the reason for asking that question, because I can't get a 144/81 turn coils inside this container, but I could if I made it.
If you go to the lighter wire, you could do that. If you go to the lighter wire, you could get what you wanted.
Yeah, I can't get 20 gauge in here with the 181/61. I got to go for fewer turns. So
yeah.
So you might even try a. Excuse me, I'm talking over somebody, so let me back off. Go ahead and say something.
Well, no, I was just saying that I've gone the other direction. I'm trying to find the lightest wire that's that I can use, and I'm using 25 gauge wire, which is 0.48 millimeters, and I can get a 144 turn coil in a 40 millimeter pipe, and I mean, I just thought, it's not carrying current, it's plasma that it's carrying, and in theory, I just thought I wanted to test that. I wanted to try that out. So, yeah.
I got some 24 gauge wire coils in the nano bucket right now, so I'm gonna test it. But they're a little fiddly to work with. The 18 gauges is pretty good to work with. So
no, I understand what you're saying. What I wanted to ask you is why do you want to go with epoxy and not something thinner like fiberglass resin?
Epoxy and fiberglass resin are the same consistency, the ones I've got anyway.
Okay, yeah. I was going to try because I've got it. I've got some what they call encapsulant, which they use in telecommunication fittings, or they used to use it. And basically, it sort of goes in as thin as water, and it's a 2-part mix like epoxy, but it is much thinner when it goes in. I'm going to try that. But the problem with that, I think John brought that up last week, is that I think they found that over a period of time, like 20 years, it had an acid reaction, and it was actually deteriorating the joints in the wires, But if I get 5 years, 10 years out of it, I'll be happy. It's just to try it out, really. But it's something that needs to be overcome, because the vibration will just take the coating off the inside of inside the gravitational wire, I imagine, pretty quickly.
Yeah.
There's
I was down at the epoxy store here a couple of days ago getting a jug of epoxy, and he was telling me about that epoxy you were talking about, but I just went with the straight epoxy. I was going for the cheapest stuff. So
yeah, I'm just going with it because I've got some.
Yeah.
When you look at some of these things too, Lee, as far as the container, you might look at a screw-on cap that will come through a plastic flat jar. There's kind of they put different cosmetics and stuff in plastic jars with little lids, and also a petri dish with a cover is something that is a possibility, as well as you're looking at different varieties of things to
Yeah, I
in case this.
haven't seen any caps that are over an inch deep inside. So
Yeah.
but it's something to keep an eye out for. Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Have we penetrated that topic yet, or is there more to add to that?
I don't have any more to say. I was just butting in.
All good stuff.
Thank you for butting in, Denny. All right, well, let's carry on with whatever we like to carry on with here. What are some topics? Is there any questions anyone has? I see Son Kim had a 3D printer picture up earlier. Do you want to talk about that, perhaps, or anybody else with a particular topic they'd like to bring up, like to discuss and penetrate at this point, or how is it?
Maybe I wanted to continue on with what we're doing, just the car mag graph in the micro, in that I've gone ahead since last week and sort of made the unit and posted it online, and it's had a huge response from a lot of people. And there was a guy there who was saying that he wants to introduce it into his fleet of cars. He said he introduced it to, what did he say, 65 men in his workforce, and they're working towards developing it, you know. And
well, do you have a picture of your unit? You could do a screen share.
I'll show it. This is from the golden age of GANs. I'll just, let's see, gallery. Okay, so that's basically the unit complete, and that's a 40 millimeter pipe, and it's got made of 2 Maggrav layers, and this is based on, I believe it came from Renan in the Philippines, and JC talked about it in the 21st century superhuman thing in Peru. About a couple of months back, and I really like the idea of it. I'll just throw up another picture. Why am I not? Okay. Yeah, that's basically the whole rig, and the inner tube I plan to fill with GANs. It's got a cap on the top that I can take off, and I plan to drop it into the pipe and fill it up with this encapsulant and see if I can get the penetration into the inner coil and just see how it goes. And I'll leave the cap sticking out and then just make the terminations inside the case, at the very top of the case. And yeah, I was always concerned with the way the wires came out of the case, and I'll just share another picture. I don't know why I have to do this. Yeah, that's the finished unit, and I just coiled the feed wires through plastic tube, and that gives you a good connection into it. You know, you can use hot glue or something, or just make a tight pressure fit into the end cap so that you can secure those wires so they're not going to get banged around or vibrated about a lot. That's just they're just sort of tests. They're not nano-coated wires. They're just just to test it out and see if it would work okay. And yeah, it seems to work out pretty good. And you know, the size of the unit, it'd be easy to find a location around the battery somewhere where it's not going to get too much heat. You don't have a long wire run. And it'd be easy to find the location. It's just a matter of whether at that size that will work and whether you can get the penetration into the coils being that size. But yeah, basically, that's where I'm at right now, just playing with that.
Interesting. Thank you for sharing that.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Now, leave your picture on for a second there. Let me comment on
Sure.
something that occurred to me.
Sure.
Can you? Okay, there we go. Thanks. Now we see two tubes coming out of this unit, and I think it's interesting that there's a possibility that, like, I was talking earlier about putting a maggrav units into a freezer to, freeze them to see if we get better performance on them. And we've also talked about, and one thing I'm planning on doing is putting a maggrav into a vacuum chamber to see if that improves the performance and see if it can create an actual true plasma coming off the unit. And so it occurred to me some time ago, I haven't mentioned it yet, but the idea is that you could actually run a vacuum tube into the unit from the car's intake manifold. So the idea is you'd have a tube coming from the intake manifold that goes directly to this unit, and it doesn't have to necessarily flow air through it, although that's one way to do it, because then you'd be taking the charged the plasma air into the intake of the engine directly, which could very much affect the way the engine operates, and if you can introduce plasma essentially into the engine, it should function much better and possibly even function without fuel. So that's one aspect, is having basically two hoses. You have an inlet with maybe a filter on it. So the inlet, maybe I can just annotate here. That would be good. Oh, my annotate doesn't work for some reason. Okay, so anyway, you could have an inlet hose with that goes into the little unit, and it would have a filter on it to make sure the air going into it is clean. And then the outlet that goes to the engine would go to the a spigot on the intake manifold, and it would draw a vacuum through the unit. And you wouldn't want an open hose. You'd have to put an orifice on it to make it a very small opening that doesn't disrupt the engine too much with the flow that comes through. But you're interested in the plasma flow more than the flow of air as such into that intake manifold. So the other thing is you could just close off the intake hose into this little unit and have just a hose going to the intake manifold, and that way create a vacuum inside the actual unit. If you had a check valve in the hose, it would maintain the vacuum inside your unit. And to me, definitely if you can get down to a certain range of vacuum inside any enclosed space, then it opens up the atoms, it allows them to turn into a true plasma state, meaning an ionized state, quite easily. It would take just a few volts or less than 1,000 volts to create a plasma inside the unit, depending on the vacuum.
Probably seen this more than anyone else, how plasma changes, or with your spinning reactors in vacuums, than anyone else here probably.
Yeah, and I think that there should be an exponential increase in the efficiency of the unit as the vacuum, as its environment inside changes to a vacuum state. rather than all the mixed gases inside that are more or less kind of confusing for the fields. Would interfere with the plasma, essentially. So this is the idea where less is more. The less particles inside and the less parts and the less matter level stuff, the better. Because we're trying to get beyond the matter level stuff, and definitely that's the things that interfere with the creation of a plasma in the ordinary scientific kind of sense of the word. And it makes sense that in the higher energy levels that we work with, we'll probably will be experiencing and seeing different plasmas as glowing, ionized maggrav fields, essentially. So yeah, thanks for showing that. It's interesting, and I just wanted to insert that idea about the vacuum hose, and I think that we need to do a bit of research on that to try it out and see if we can compare it somehow.
It's definitely doable. It's not too hard to do at all.
Yeah, it's very basic. I mean, people used to do it with their HHO systems. You'd have a little HHO system and just hook it into a vacuum hose in your engine, and it would draw from the vacuum when the engine required it, basically.
Maybe you can spin your ball with a pneumatic.
Well,
motor.
that's true. That's true too. You could use the vacuum to actually allow a little motor to rotate inside. You wouldn't need the electrical motor in that case to rotate the ball. But it would be tricky. In order to do that, it would cause a bit of a vacuum leak in your intake manifold, and most vehicles wouldn't like that very much. So what do we have here now? Just these are the internal working parts, I guess.
Where did you go, Tony?
We're not hearing you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
okay.
here.
Okay. I guess you're done with those pictures now.
Yeah, thanks.
Good, thank you. Oh, Lee has something. Let's see what's going on there. Just,
I was
here.
over at the dollar store on the weekend, and they got these little white balls at the dollar store. Halloween eyeball.
Yeah. I got a
They're
few
about
of them last
a
year.
1/4 inch smaller than a ping pong ball, and they're a lot tougher than a ping pong ball.
That's right. They are tough, aren't they? Yeah.
So if anyone's looking for inch and it's inch and 3/8, I guess it is. These guys, the ping pong balls are 1 inch and 5/8. So
yeah, I've
if you're
rotated some
looking
before.
for a ball, you can grab some eyeballs.
Yeah, it's a good time of year to get them too.
I stocked up.
Yeah, you can get the glow-in-the-dark ping pong balls now. They're quite popular this time of the year too. Which is not a bad idea when you think about it. A glow-in-the-dark ping pong ball would, if the unit actually starts to activate a free plasma inside, that's in the higher order where it's giving off fields. It could give off, for example, ultraviolet rays, which would activate the glow-in-the-dark or ultraviolet. There's 2 different ping pong balls you can get now. One of them glows in the dark when you expose it to light first, and the other one will glow in the dark when under ultraviolet light. So both of those are available quite readily now in Halloween season. Craft stores and other places that don't normally handle ping pong balls have them.
Yeah, those spitballs, so you can get glow in the dark too.
Really?
Yeah, I just show you right here. It's just so that you can believe me.
let me get your spotlight just a second here. I have to get it on the second screen, and there we go. So
glow in the dark. I'd have to open them up, but That's what they are, just glow in the dark spitballs with
I'll
different
be
colors.
darned.
I can open.
Okay, so these are like, do they glow by themselves when they're exposed to
No,
light?
no,
or
these right here, like
they're
what you
like
said, the
with
latter kind
ultraviolet?
where you have to put them under light for a while.
Okay, well that's interesting. Now, have you tried one yet? Does it actually glow inside, or is it just the outer skin that glows?
I got to be able to open this up, and sometimes.
Well, they're childproof. That's why.
Yeah.
Hi, Denny.
Hello, Mark. How you doing? What you got to show us today?
Oh, I got stuff, but I got to ask you one question. You know what you're opening right there?
Yeah.
Is that the same principle as the stuff that, like, and you have these little absorbent packs that you have in like bottles and stuff like that, those gel packs?
No, it's not quite the same, but it is similar to what you find in a disposable diaper. It's
They're little beads or like, what they put in the bottom of those packs where they make, like the absorb.
that's more of a desiccant. I don't really know. I don't think it's quite the same. So I was showing you that spitball. And so let's see if I can just bring one out here. And do you see it well, you can see them in there.
Yep.
And so let me open up. I'll probably have the same problem as I did the other one. I guess I got another one that's already open somewhere in here.
So is it a polymer, or polymer?
It's a polymer, and what they used to do with this stuff is pump them down oil wells to get the water out. You see, these right here are designed specifically to be round beads. Can you see that bead in my hand?
Yes.
And that bead soaks up and becomes that.
That's beautiful.
Amazing, yeah.
And that was for even putting inside these things, the smaller one. So I'd have a spinning bead inside there. So that was just that's why the spitballs came to mind. And they bounce, and they're fun to play with, and all sorts of things.
And they won't break either, will they?
Oh yeah, they can break. You can grind them up and make them into the snow stuff, and but they make them larger than that too. But the thing of it is, it'll soak up your GANs. You can put this into your pain pad, and then you can have a variety of these balls filled with the GANs water, and put those in there, and they're fairly inexpensive. I think there's about 2,000 of these beads, maybe more, 2,500 beads. And so that's quite inexpensive. And then you can get them colored, and you can get them. These might not be as big as the clear ones. So that's that. I did want to, since I got I stole the limelight again here. This little thing here, remember, I got this from Shapeways, and this is made out of plastic. And I always keep this around to look at and think about it, because I want to make a reactor out of it. I want to also, because there's 6 small reactors that go around this level here. There's 6 that go around, if you set it that way. Otherwise, and if you set it on the triangular side, it's supposed to be a representation of a Metatron's cube, a 3D representation of a Metatron's cube. And what I like about it is right here at the top is 1, 2, 3 little reactors that I would make, and this would this would also act as a frame to hold the reactors. And so I've got my wire. I guess I moved it over there and I'm starting to work with it. And on the outside, this little, I'm not so concerned about the inside guts of this one for this particular idea as I started working on it and making it. And all of these would be coiled, double coiled that goes in there. What goes around this here is 4 coils that go on that make the hoop, that makes this circular motion, and then these are attached at the vertices of where these coils come together. If you look at the coils this way, let me see, yeah, this way. You can see that this one runs over here and this one runs over here, and down here is a set. So there's 4. And what this does, it gives me 6 reactors going around here. And then when I make the outside one, I will make it so there's 12 reactors going around, and 1 reactor sitting up here and 1 reactor sitting down there, so that then I can put them again in a star formation. But what I don't like about it is it's a lot of work. That's what I don't like about it. And so it may take me, it's taken me this long to figure out what I want to do with it. And first I had some off the wall drawing that I did. And then when I saw on the knowledge seekers, the standing inside 2 large coils, then I thought, you know, I could make this in to something that you could stand in, and it might be easier to make because it's larger. You don't have to manipulate it with the smallness and stuff like that. So large sometimes can be easier than small. But this one right here, I'm starting out with small, and this is just off the wall theory, but that's what Rick started out with, and look where he is at now with his sound device. He just kept after it, and then he's keeping after it. So that's what I'm after with this, because it's like one of those spinner units that you have where you spin one ball inside the other ball, and so I like these because I don't want to spin them, but I can hang one ball inside the other on a fish line, and use a fish swivel that will just let this hang in there and swivel on it and turn if it wishes. And if it doesn't wish to do that, that's fine too. So anyhow, that's with the theory. That's with the stuff I'm looking at right now, and plus making that this one here and trying to make it into a off-grid system by itself, by the way I attach the wires. So looking at trying to study how to attach the wires, I'm hoping to be able to make an off-grid system just by the way I attach the wires and the type of batteries that I use inside this inside the columns. And so I still have to do some daydreaming and pondering exactly how I'm going to make those batteries. And so that's it. So Mark, I've bogarted the time, and I don't think I'll be jumping back in here. And so everybody's free to go, free to move about the country here.
All right, we can have a breaker for next in line in that case. Mark, did you have something you want to show?
He hasn't broke yet.
John, you have something?
I was just saying that maybe he needs to make the cube to ponder the next part of it. Maybe the full-size cube is about thinking about how to make things.
I've got a manifester out here that I made that I just have sitting out uh, outside in my porch, so it's probably still working away.
Well,
I should show you
working,
that
come up
sometime.
with some great stuff.
All righty, I'm ready to let somebody else take over this. I've done Bogarted my time.
Thank you, Denny. Mark, did you have something you wanted to show? You mentioned something there. I see
Oh.
Martin has his microphone open as well, but Martin, did you have something you wanted to say?
Oh, me, I just got stuff, I've been kind of busy doing other stuff, but I don't know if we talked about I redid my Gans all over, but if Don had something, he popped in, he had something he wanted to show. But if we get tired and, if nobody wants to show, I just redid all my Ganses and all my stuff like that. The basic boring stuff.
I'm sorry to report that I've done nothing over the last week or so as far as experiments. So I'll have to turn this over to somebody that's done some actual work. Over.
Okay, thank you for the update at least.
So, Mark, I'm excited to see what you got. Of course, I can also breaker in there because I've been working on some Gans too. So
Okay, well, hang on a sec. Let's see. Martin has his microphone open. Let's see if he had something he wanted to say. Martin?
Yeah, I'm here. I was not, really my point to go in the to say something, but I can. Yes, why not? So.
Okay, do you have something you want to show?
Can I? I don't know.
You can either show video or your screen share, depending.
The screen share.
Like if you have a picture, is that what you want to show, or what would you like to show? Or your video?
I'm not the best on these machines.
Okay, your video's on now. We can see your face on the video.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I can do that like this. Huh? Here is an oscillator that I did. So these are 3D plastic oscillation tools. I can, with that, create my mixes. This is a blue sand, copper sulfur, and here's a white oscillator. So now I have the possibility. A friend of mine, he has made the program, so I can call him and he makes me different sizes of that. I can go from very small to big like houses.
Mm-hmm.
And so
now, are these
now
hollow?
I have the what?
Is it hollow inside these?
Yeah, this is the good point. He has made it hollow, and with some how it called, with the nitro or whatever, you can make them a little bit. You make a reaction, and then you can glue on the GANs or make things inside. And with the program, you have really the possibility to go in every size, or to change that. So I like that point because with these oscillators, they are so strong. For me, it's important that I can destroy them quick. If they are in copper metal like this, then you're really this is a heavy work and it costs a lot of money. And with this nylon or whatever this plastic is, or you can choose the type of surface or material. I like this, and also those here, these are prototypes. But anyway, I like it because it has that textile surface, I think it will also give another.
Mark,
Your camera's
Yeah.
off there a bit.
Martin, this is Denny. Did you, what did you call, who was the guy that you patterned these oscillators by? What's the name of that guy?
No, he's a. This is a friend of mine who make that.
No,
You know.
no, the original guy. You didn't you show us a bunch of those couple?
It's
Yeah.
Lahosky, is that the name?
Yeah,
Is that the way it's pronounced?
Kolkovsky was the creator. I mean, he lived in the time of Tesla in France. He was a Russian France guy, and he had those oscillators. He made a bunch of them in for the hospitals, and I mean the doctors, they use it like now the movement of Keshe like to use it. For me, this the basic, the foundation of that knowledge, you know, is when we study him, he was really advanced in his time. And maybe then the wars came, and maybe because it was too early for such a nice tool. But I think as a steering wheel, as an energy source to steer things, you can, like when you change these points, you can really point that also in your room, inside your body, you know, if you like to have them on certain points. But outside, in the surroundings, you will find them too. You know, you can steer the whole sky with that kind of tools. So this is the things I've learned, and I'm really how it calls.
Well, Martin, you inspired me after you gave that demonstration, and I studied it up, and I started making some myself. So thank you for that, because what I like about it is it's also a form of antenna. That will,
You know, here you have with the balls, you have these the round you can say reactor heads. They are still plasmatic active because they create that the whole vortex, the whole body of a thing. And with the heads, you can design different the quality. You know, if you make them just cut it or make it like how it calls, wie eine Spitze, like a knife or whatever. So the different tops of the churches, you find different ends, and they create an other key to design your surroundings, you know. And you know, it was spontaneous. You know, upstairs in my room where I have the big machines, I have now also a copy machine. So, and with this copy machine, I can show you. Now this is still the reactors and the different oscillators. And this you can say, this is the original Kolkovsky. But here now, wait. Just to say that I have now the possibility to make the copy. With the copy machine, I make these pictures of the Kolkovsky oscillation devices. You know, on the internet you can find those. They exist in different metals for electronics. They exist in the colors. I mean, 30 years ago or 50 years ago, in America, they use it also for therapy and different things. And even black and white and little and big, you have different performance and different with the colors. Also, you have different. I saw when I worked with the colors, for example, with the black and yellow, I had so very interesting reactions outside with the wasps, you know, the wasp and the beans. So
One
the
thing,
animals,
one way I thought of using that recently was you can actually print and transfer it onto a copper sheet, basically, and then you can etch away what you don't want from the copper sheet, and you can end up with the design you want in the copper. So that's one way you could take those designs from a printer and actually print out a conductive antenna, basically, with the design you want. It's the way it's just a resistive etching process, they call it, for creating prototype circuits and so on.
you know, for me, like here, I have now an oscillator, a plastic oscillator. I can go over element, and then I have there in that in the blue, you can say bandwidth. I have a pumping in, and then make them see in the sky. So I mean the creation I can create with just small things.
Interesting, yeah. That's similar to what Keshe was talking about, the copper rings around the wires to act as kind of a accelerator.
Yeah, for me, the copper was too powerful. You know, it was so. I was like locked in the skies. So for me now, it's better to have plastic and paper. I can burn the papers if I don't need them, and then make new copies when I need them. So the plastics too, I can throw in the fire. Then the problem is gone. It's just it is really powerful. So if you play with this, be aware to your surrounding, you know. Watch the skies and
be ready to disassemble when necessary.
Yeah, because you really take over the design, you know. What goes out, what happened outside is then part of your work, because these are powerful instruments. And for me, but because these, I like the paper and the plastics and the metal to steer, to have a wheel that is fixed. But yeah, so that was the point that I wanted to show you. Also, yeah. Okay.
Great, thank you, Martin.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah. Maybe some of those that design nano-coated would be a good antenna.
Yeah, genau. Yeah, you can really make every experiment with. And I mean the most simple and the most and quick. How I would say. Important is that you can destroy them quick. That is important for me, for myself.
Right.
So, Rick, would you allow me just a moment too to share?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Denny. Thank you, Martin.
Don't run off, Martin.
Okay.
Don't run off. Okay, so with Martin's inspiration, I studied that, and let me see, what do I got here? I got to get my camera in a location that sees these things. So I bought these crush washers that you use to seal between like in an oil pan, and so they're different sizes. And so I decided to cut them like Lukowski had his, and so I just cut that. And we were talking about these. I thought they were hollow, but they're not hollow, and they have this line where they've rolled the copper together to make this, and it's full of plastic. And so with that, I got discouraged, but I'm not discouraged. I said, well, how am I going to be able to use them for a different purpose? And then I also, in the process, bought a bunch of capillary tubes, most people call them, but there's different sizes of these capillary tubes. And so I'm experimenting with that and using it to attract and so these will be nano-coated, and when I use the capillary tubes, I will seal the ends and put ganses of certain natures inside the capillary tubes. And of course, I'll go on all the way up to a from an 1/8 to 3/8 half inch to a larger. I got them outside. They're outside where I work in a tent. So that was the point of attracting plasma to me. The plasma that's it's connected to everything. You're talking about the plasma that's connected in the physical nature of things, and the plasma that's flowing through the air. And so I was trying to track that to my off-grid system, and not because I knew what I was doing, only because I knew just enough, a little bit about it to be willing to try it. So that's why I'm thanking Martin for bringing this out to me.
Thank you. And in the newest science magazine of Schneider's, the couple of Switzerland who also invited Keshe sometimes, and they also invited for the free energies movement. They make a science magazine, and in the newest one they have 4 or 6 pages of Kolkowski designs, because in Switzerland we have also a guy near of my place, maybe 20 kilometers of here, and he started maybe 3 years ago with such therapy machines, originally built by or designed by Kolkowski. And these are really nice machines. You will find it on the internet. Tobler is his name, Tobler, Christian Tobler. And the society I cannot say, but you will find it under Kolkowski, Switzerland. You will find those, how it calls, therapy system. And the great thing, what he has, what he also has, he's not a doctor. He was a garden engineer or a garden designer.
Yeah,
and now,
yeah, go ahead.
And now he makes such therapy machines. You can, if you don't have the money to go to the hospitals or to go to special places, you can visit his laboratory and make the therapy there. Just in a changing mode. So you can make your therapy for whatever, and give them the things you can give. So it's really, I think it he has a nice spirit, and he has a nice view of the world. He's one of us.
I'm gonna jump in again, Martin, just because I'm kind of rude in the first place. as you're looking at your printer and you making your ink, if you make your own ink, think about your nano-coated copper and taking some nano-coated grains off of your copper. And when you make your ink with some nano-coated grit that comes off of the nano-coated copper. And also when you make your ink with a liquid plasma. In other words, figure out which one you would like. And if you make your printer, do you make your own ink for that printer?
Yeah, this is the next stage, you know, then to design all these elements by yourself or by the ashes, by the coals, by the, yeah, this is what I like to do. And
so then, like Rick was saying, you can print that out. You can, and so when you print your, Rick, I think said print it and cut the things too. But as you're printing it out, you can print it out with the ink that you want in this design. And I'm sure you'll get some not just from the figure itself, but as you add the Gans grit that you get off of your, and I imagine you can try to get it off of different items. You can get it off of zinc after you've nano-coated your zinc, and you can add that into your ink as well. So
you know what I did the copy of the oscillation thing. In this moment now, I burned all because the weather was so strong. I had to take away every oscillation tool I have here, just the hardware I let. But when you make those oscillation prints just in paper, just black and white, then you have every element that moves, that goes with, and you have high voltage, high tension all around. And with this paper foils, then I go under the elements, you know, I can go under the plants, or I go under the reactors when I want to have that that they become more power, that they become online, or they take over the balances, you know. Here we have the balance in this room now. It is all equilibrium, and just with a paper you can take over the lead and make a new design. And these papers under your copper, under your zinc, under your ganses, they make them something online, you know. You give them life. This is what I see. And this is powerful, how to see that and to feel that how much power you can bring in your surroundings, you know. Or also under texts, you know, if I want to revive the text of Keshe, for example, like here, this is a reactor, the pyramid. I showed you last time. It was the hand grains as a sign of peace for this time. And here I have, for example, the text of Keshe. Under, if I want to give them more power, I take under my reactor. So under them, the design of the oscillation under these texts. And so I can bring that in command, how to say, for myself, yeah? This is like this. So it's like a command center. And with the oscillation pictures or papers, I can bring that in my surroundings. I hear it about when I listen to the birds, to the crows and all the others. They come so quick, you know. If you change a little bit, they make noise like nothing, and then you have to steer. Then you have to balance us until it's okay. And this is my way to do it. Yes. Thank you.
Very, very interesting. Thanks, Martin.
is there more you wanted to share, or
No,
how
it's
are you
okay.
there?
No, it's okay. It was
Okay.
spontaneous, so
Yeah,
yeah.
it's good. It's good. It's brings in an interesting topic in a way. The idea that we can create that we can create things, create changes in our environment by not dealing with the thing itself, but an image of the thing itself, or a reconstruction, or a model of the thing itself. For example, Denny brought up the model that he had of the tetragrammatron, or whatever it's called, and
Oh, that was a Metatron.
sorry,
Metatron.
Metatron, yes. And you get to interact with that model. You get to visualize what it would be like to be inside of it, for example, and place yourself inside there and visualize what it'd be like to make a larger one, and so on. And in effect, the model of the thing, there's a saying among shamans and whatnot, that a model of the thing is the thing itself. So if you mock it up, essentially you are making the essential part of that item, and you connect with it on a essential essence quantum basis, plasmatic basis, with instant communications, and that can become the real thing, or you can just use the model as a means of communicating with other dimensions, or working on yourself, or doing different aspects of work.
So,
Go ahead.
so Rick, on this, it's circular, and so the whole point was to make a spaceship, and it began to give me drawbacks, and I didn't want a circular spaceship, and I thought, well, I don't want. So then I thought, well, my best bet, even though it's circular, turn it into a star formation, get 4 of these things going. So I'm no longer sitting in a round spaceship, because I think the flat spaceship will give me more control. And then as I look at this, if I made it large enough and I sat inside of it, I would say, well, I don't want to sit inside of that forever. And so I still want to make some kind of a control system in there. And I thought of the way Marco was making that brain from the GANs back and in the olden days. and
Yeah.
and I said, well, something
Last
like
year.
that. If I set something like that in the side of it instead of me, and I transferred my let it do the thinking and traveling for me, so that I didn't have to sit. I could go play. There's nothing better than having a good recreation, and rather than stuck inside of a control system. And that's for people who want to stay in there. So if I could have a brain made of liquid plasma and GANs that sit in there, and all I had to do is say something to it, and it would be
Yeah.
able to. And
A
Martin is
surrogate
doing with
brain. A surrogate brain for your surrogate Denny brain there for you, like a sort of like a pet, but it would be your brain, your pet
yeah, I
brain.
want one of the. I want one that has a little bit more intelligence than mine.
Maybe it'll run your life then, though. But of course,
Yeah,
that could be a good thing. I wouldn't mind having a brain run my life. Then I wouldn't have to. It'd
yeah,
be much
you already
easier.
got one in your life. So anyhow, that's I just thank Martin for that, and I know we got Armin here, and I thought we had Shandor here for a while. I mean, we have Armin here, and you got to get a hold of Armin while you can, because he'll want to go to bed here before too long. So Armin, are you around?
Come in, Armin. Over. We're trying to rouse you, Armin. Oh, the microphone's on. I'm not hearing any sounds coming out, though.
Hello?
Oh, hi, Armin.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello?
yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
How are you guys?
good.
You just wanted to hear your voice, see if you had any things you wanted to share. If you, I know you were sharing a little bit about the hemoglobin GANs here a little while back, and I think Mark has been redoing these GANs. But if do you have other things that you'd like to share?
Ask your questions and maybe I can answer you.
Ask you questions. Tell us no lies. Okay. Mark, did you have anything that you wanted to ask Armin about the GANs you're making, or do you have anything there that you want to ask? If not, I can share a little bit with the GANs I've been making, Armin, as far as the hemoglobin. I've been having some real good fortune with that. I've done several different ways of making it.
Can you show it to me that I can see?
No, you can't see it. It's out in the dark in my tent. I make them in my tent outside, and I've got a 40-gallon tub that I make some in, and I use a light amperage, light voltage.
Why you need the 40-gallon?
Because
Because he wants to fill up swimming pools worth of GANs.
So because I can, Armin.
Because
But I understand the one thing. You can put let's say 3-4 little bit ball in the swimming pool. They still can interact, and they still can give you energy the same way that you don't need to put that much in a swimming pool.
Well, the thing of it is, I can't predict the future, and I don't know how many people are going to come running to me for GANs and things. So I make it just to see if I can, and I do a good job of it. And I've got some good hemoglobin type GANs there, and I also make them the old-fashioned way. And
what do you mean old-fashioned way?
Oh, two years ago was the old-fashioned way. That is
before electricity, you mean?
Yeah, you use a nano-coated copper plate and a nano-coated and a zinc plate and a little bit of iron, and those are doing real well too, and I'm having some good fortune with that. So you can tell people how you make your plasma. Excuse me, Armin. Your hemoglobin. I think people would be interested in that.
Sure. I can share the screen. I need a pen. I'm drawing very bad. See, if you have two plates, you have your nano-coated copper and a zinc. What you do, you add third plate over here. If it's square, 1 minute. Third plate over here. What's wrong with this? Right here. And connect this to this one, because this one is nano-coated and this is your copper plate, zinc plate. But make sure, your zinc iron plate, it just stays above water. Then it can attach itself to amino acid and fall down into the bottom. This is important. Don't hang it under the water. Hang it above the water.
In the knowledge seekers, Mr. Keshe he had just put the rod in there, have some of the rod above it. He didn't really care whether you touched the zinc plate or not.
But
But it's better, I think, to touch the zinc plate.
yes, because you put some energy in it, correct?
Right. I don't connect it with wire. I just lean it up against it. And there's so many different kinds. I use a cast iron griddle in my my 40-gallon one, and of course part of it sits above, and I get good results with that. In one of my other tubs, I use a lid from a cast iron cast iron pot. And in another one, I use wire, testing the wire, and another one I test rebar, just to see what the responses will be, because somebody will someday ask me how well I'm doing this.
First, understand what you do, then it's easy to apply.
That's
it's not only to create GANs, you know. Okay, you can create GANs. People are hooking up with what is it? Graphite, you know. But I understand what you create out of it. When you put zinc and when you put copper, a combination of these two, it creates an amino acid on top of it. Most important thing is an amino acid. If you don't create an amino acid, you know, and it, you know, your gas is just going to be energy source.
Well, yeah, that's the challenge when you're using a copper anode. I mean, a carbon anode, is how to get your GANs to form on the top, and it takes a little adjusting of your amperage to actually get the amino acid to form on the top. With the old-fashioned way, you get a lot of amino acids. So,
but Mr. Keshe specifically, you know, chose you know, copper, zinc, and let's say for plant life, if you go, it's a magnesium. Certain things you have to understand why we're using copper and why we're using zinc. It's part of our body, these metals. Copper is our neural connection. Zinc is our psychological attachment. So these two, if one time in the teachings, you know, he explained why we get CO2 in here. Because copper is 60, correct? 63. And zinc is 65. When you nano-coat, we calculate 5% less. So it's going to be 59, approximately. So, meaning copper is going to be 59. 65 minus 59, it's 6. So you create 6 neutron, like, because carbon is 12, correct?
yes, carbon is 12.
Yes. You create around 6 neutron fields in this environment, and the rest of it pulls from the atmosphere. So this is long time teaching. He explained why we get CO2 when we put copper and we put zinc in it.
Well, one of the other things he mentioned too in that knowledge seekers was use a nano-coated zinc plate and a a non-nano-coated zinc plate with your iron.
Yes,
So that,
still it creates amino acid. Because when you put it in a salt water, you dictate the condition. And you know, life on this planet, the way, you know, Mr. Keshe has explained, you know, no one explained that better, you know, that you can understand. If this is your land and this is the ocean, everything, rain, you know, wind, everything, every time, you know, your rivers bring the gas into the ocean. From the mines, from undergrounds. So it comes iron, it comes zinc, it comes copper, it depends which part of it. So, but this your land is like a plate, and your ocean is your salt water. So already in our planet is a condition made that you have the amino acid on top of the water. So same thing you create over here. Just understand what you put into the water, what you put in your environment, that's what you're gonna get. So you have to know what kind of water you are putting in your process to make a gas. Is it filtered? Is the salt washed? What kind of salt you are using? Everything adds on. Particularly in a health, let's say, units that you are building, you have to make sure everything what you do, you don't do something else. Because the water, it carries a lot of, if you don't filter the water or distilled water, so it carries a lot of other chemicals inside it. When you create GANs, you know, it's going to be in there. 1 minute, please. So it's not only making GANs and say, oh, I made the CO2 GANs or I made a copper GANs. You know, just understand what's in it.
well, one of the things that you're looking at when you deal with that salt is when you're starting to use sea salt, you have everything under the sun in that sea salt. So then the type of water you use is important as well.
Definitely. It's important that you wash your salt. When you when we used to make a salt water, we always filter the salt. And when you think it's correct, a lot of things in a salt, under the salt, you know.
When you said when you
make a salt water, we always filter it.
And when you say filter it,
coffee filter.
Okay, so you made your salt water, and then you filtered the salt water with a coffee filter before you put it in your CO2 kit.
Yes. First, when I create the salt water, when I pull the water, cold water on a salt, I just throw that water away. You wash it, upper part particularly. Then, when you mix it, the salt with the water, I run it through the filter. You eliminate other materials to be in your environment. People are making it. Everybody's making it. But are they making it proper way? Are you considering this kind of, you know, small, like it's not small, it's huge actually, points? No.
Well, yes. I think the way most people have approached this has been, they have been considering these points. I never did filter the salt water as well. I just tried to figure out what kind of salt water I needed and wanted.
Everything what you put in, even you nano-coat your materials, you have to consider that if you go that deep.
All right, discuss that on the nano, when you're nano-coating your materials. What do you think about when you're doing that?
What kind of water you use? Because anything is in that environment, it's going to be on your nanomaterials because they absorb. If you want to go that deep of the knowledge, so these kind of things you have to consider.
Well, when you're doing your salt water, a lot of, and you're doing for the health, you might want the trace minerals of that salt water for the health, because you want to pick up the trace minerals. And it's not like salt is bad for you. The minerals in that salt are good for the body.
It depends. There is lots of residual in it too.
So may I ask you, Armin, so all the salt that we use from the very get-go, we have to wash it before we start with it?
It will be better. Then you know that you eliminate, other materials to enter your body, because when you create a plasmatic condition, every material what it was in the environment, it will be there.
So any kind of like Himalayan, Mediterranean. So what would be the best way to cleanse that salt before we use it, before we start?
You just pull the water and just throw the upper part out. Then you can mix it with the water, then filter it one time. Let it run through the filter. Then you eliminate the residuals, whatever is in salt.
So what if we just, because I use my, I use it as a foot bath because.
I'm very sorry, 1 minute, 1 minute.
You might want to mute yourself, Armin. Maybe that's not Armin.
Look at Mark.
I think Armin has left the meeting for a little bit. I don't see his name on the participant chart. So.
Yes, he picked another Zoom call, so we can connect only to one.
So we might want to go on to another
topic briefly here.
Well, this is very good that we got Armin to share this, because it does help, because now it gets out into the public side, and more and more people get a chance to understand how Armin's done it and his thought process that goes into it, and the same kind of thought process that we might want to use as ourselves, so that we're getting what we really want.
Yeah, it's great information. By the way, I see in the chat some people wrote about using salt, such as instant ocean or sea salt, and about filtering. So maybe it would be not bad to clarify some things which were repeated so many times, but it's worth to tell again about that. So it's true that life appeared in the oceans of the planet due to the salts. But today's sea salt or ocean salt is not the same as it was millions of years ago. Just read about pollution, about all the waste which goes through the rivers and
I'm
goes in
back.
the ocean.
I'm sorry, I'm back.
Ah, Armin is back.
Okay, where were we?
I think Mark had a question.
Remind me where I stopped.
Mark, you had the question. What were you asking, Mark?
I'm sorry, Armin. I just was asking that in the very beginning, we were taught to try to immerse ourselves in with the salt, to become one with the salt. That the process becomes right from the very beginning. And Caroline told us to become one with the salt. So what I determined was that with the Himalayan salt that I liked the best was by heating the water, putting the salt in the water, and putting my feet in it with my positive and negative, my left and right foot, introduced myself to the salt itself. And then I just let the salt sit for 30 days so that all the sediments would settle to the bottom of my container. And then I would just use the top waters from that to start to make my Gans. So when you say filter off everything, I just allowed everything to fall to the bottom. Did I misinterpret something?
No, it's the same thing. If you use the, but to filter it, you just clean up the particles that you don't need.
Well, I let the particles that I don't need fall to the bottom, along with the heavy sediment, which would be the minerals, which would energize the water and would have my signature of my feet, my personal energy from my feet in that water. So any what I'm just wondering is if all the sediment and the poisons or whatever we're trying to filter out with the coffee filters is pulled down into the container. If I don't take the bottom waters from the container and I just take the top waters, which is salty, I don't know if it's salty. That's what I'm asking you. Is that enough to, to use my Gans with? Because
Yes,
that's what we're using.
enough. When you filter it, you eliminate any, unnecessary particles to be in your environment.
Yeah, there's the thing about water is the memory. When you start to look at memory and you start to look at even the word like love, it's a force field. But the water picks up a memory. Even those particles that you have, what you're doing is you're eliminating the physical particle, but you're not eliminating the memory of that particle that was in the water. And now those are theories, just like the number 9 is a theory, and when you're doing your turns. But if you start to look at different things that hold memory, water is one of the things that holds memory, and it may be some link to the magnetical and the gravitational, but what it is, I don't understand yet. What that memory really consists of, what kind of fields those are, that the water is able to hold that memory.
Well, in your same theory, Denny, is like when you just told, I believe it was Lee, when you said, don't hold to the theory of the 9s because, whatever fits works, because you're working with the material. It's your material. It's you. Whether it's 9.5 or 9 3/4 or 11.5 and 11 3/4 or whatever the terms may be, you have made this product for you.
Well, see, then back to the 9s is that that it very well may be the optimum, maybe the very best, but you may have a situation where adequate works.
I'm
And
a painter and you're a carpenter. We don't, you know, we would always hope for the best, but we work for, you know, the optimum. Like you said, we're bottom feeders. We're just, you know, we're skating into this thing, hoping that we're just going to catch a big fish at the end of our hook, right? I mean, we don't know. We started this a year ago and didn't know what we were going to get ourselves into. And look at us now.
well, look at what Armin explained about the salt and cleaning the salt up and making it more optimum. How many people have not done what Armin has and they still have a good paint pad? They still have made a Gans. So they didn't get to the optimum and they didn't quite understand the principles behind it, but they sure knew how to make a paint pad work. And
they took the chance of making the paint pad work. It was more psychological than physical.
Yes.
yeah, I don't want to step away from what Armin's explaining. So
I'm sorry.
No. I mean, I don't want to be the one who's interrupting now. You guys go ahead. I apologize for my intrusion.
We're just talking. You know? If we don't talk, we cannot understand.
Okay, so I'm going to try to lead you in this conversation back to you were talking about the water that you use to nano-coat was the salt water and the caustic. But let me see here. I've kind of lost the thread of what you're up to. You were explaining the actual making of the hemoglobin GANs. And you found the optimum way to make the hemoglobin GANs, and you do a drawing of that. Does everybody follow that? Anybody have any questions of that?
Excuse me, Armin. After we make our hemoglobin with the nano-coated copper and zinc and iron, and then the zinc and the iron, and we mix the 50-50, and then wash it thoroughly, and then set up the CO2 bucket and put the hemoglobin back into the CO2 bucket. Is it okay to add calcium and iodine and other GANs and let the process kick off again?
Okay. This one box, you can create everything what you need. 1 or 2 bucks for your health, because you can add, if you remember, our original, which I designed it, you know, the box was looked this way.
Yep.
So there was sliding, you know, channels around here that you can slide the material and stuff. This was made particularly 2 years ago, 3 years ago, you know, for this reason. So if you have your copper, you have your zinc, and over here you can add different materials wherever you need to create your mixture of GANs. Because all of them, they are attaching themselves into the amino acid and falling into the bottom.
Yeah.
So they forming perfect condition GANs for your health units.
Nice. Thank you.
So let's go a little bit farther, Armin, and you have different plates for a health unit. What plate would you put in on that 6-sided kit?
It depends what I wanna change.
Okay, now that you gave us the general, let's go to a specific, if you could, or if you would.
Let's say copper, zinc, correct? Iron, you can go magnesium, you can go other, you know, aluminum, or you can, it depends what you want to do.
Okay, let's.
That's a really good point. I just want to bring up, Armin, that's in both the chats, in the Zoom chat and in the live stream chat. Live stream says, the intention is relevant, and in the other chat for Zoom, the intention is the valid force. Whatever coming from the heart is coming out with our plasma.
If you're creating something, your intentions is not bad. So I don't pay even attention to that. How are you going to create something in bad intentions? I don't know. If you know, then you have to worry about it.
Yeah, you start with good intentions right off the bat, then you can then create in a good atmosphere. Right. So if you're making
The idea though is not just a good intention or feeling good or doing it for the best of mankind or whatever. It's the idea of you intend to create something specific. So your intention to create, hemoglobin, for example, will have that intention put into it, as opposed to the intention to create CO2 GANs or to create a nano-coated plate, or that kind of intention, that kind of intent on what you plan to do with whatever creation that you're creating. Why are you creating it? Just for fun, or is it to, it can be to help the world.
Actually, right now we're all creating because we want to learn.
Yeah, that's true. It almost is for fun in a way, for fun and learning. But
if I want to have fun, I know how to have fun.
But if you wanted to recreate that, whatever GANs you came up with when you were having fun, then you would have to apply your intention to intend to do it a certain way. You probably wouldn't radically change the procedure and expect to get the same GANs or the same result. So that's the idea, I think, that we can put our intent behind it with our emotion at the same time. It's more, the emotion is more the heart-based thing, but the intention directs the emotion. Is the way I look at it. Over.
Yeah, but let's say I really everything what I do, I put my intention in it, and I don't create something that it has a bad intention in it, because I don't know, maybe other people do different. But always, just collect the upper part amino acid, guys, and leave it in the same water. When you collect this, and shake it in a, let's say, glass full of water, just don't wash this.
Oh, can you hear me? Hi. Sorry, my husband is listening to the radio. Yeah. Yeah.
So Armin, you were saying take your amino acid off of the top of the water and you put it in this glass. Keep on going, please.
When you wash your gans and you want to use it, just take one drop from here and mix it with your water. That's all.
So let me see if I follow what you're saying. You take your amino acid off of the top, which has some salt. You already have salt water in it. You then take and you put it in your glass. You take that amino acid, you leave the salt water in it. And then when you want to have some amino acid, you take it out of your glass or your container.
One drop.
One drop.
One drop into the big, bucket of your GANs, which you washed it and you want to use it. So one drop.
Yeah,
that you have a connection. Still, you have a connection with it because, as much as you, try to not get the amino acid, and when you taking your GANs out, unless you have this kind of containers.
And so you label your glass container up here that has the amino acid in it, and record that and know what you have. So if you have a GANs of 2 zinc plates, you now have that amino acid in one container, and you can take that one drop and put it into the GANs water that you're looking to use. And so it's the same thing if you did a magnesium iron.
Yes, every amino acid you have to, if you do copper, you collect that too.
One of the things we used to do is try to dry that amino acid, and the system you're using here, just leaving it in the salt water and using one drop of it, seems to be quite efficient and less labor intensive.
Yes. You just need a connection, that's all.
Anybody else have any questions for Armin?
I guess not. I have other workshop to go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, Armin. I'm glad we got a hold of you, and this stuff is quite informative and people can utilize what you're talking about.
No problem, guys, anytime.
Thanks, Armin. Appreciate your guest appearance here. I know your time's in demand, so happy workshop.
Have a good night.
All right, bye for now.
It's very interesting about the amino acid. Because I'm lazy, I was doing this very same thing that he was doing. I never did dry it. I always put it in a container and used it, but I didn't leave. I did more, the merrier. I did more than one drop. And so it's fun to compare how other people do this.
Thanks for bringing that up, Denny. That was good stuff.
Breaker.
Hello.
I've got a question. You know, I've made my fair share of GANs throughout the past year, and I can distinctly remember seeing on some of the teachings where they're in the laboratory and they initially were showing us how they were making the GANs in the little square plastic containers that were lined up in a pattern, so to speak, and they were removing what we're calling amino acid. I'd like to rather call it sludge because that's what it appears to me to be.
Yeah, when I first saw that too, Don, I thought of pond slime.
Yeah, precisely. So what I'm trying to understand here is we're talking about this amino acid that's sitting on top of the GANs water, and we're trying to say something to the effect that we're taking it out of the container or off, taking the scum, the pond scum off the top and putting it in a different container. How do you gather that? I mean, how do you pick it up? How do you get a hold of this scum?
This is what I did just yesterday. I had a ladle, and since I knew I was going to put it in a jar by itself, I just took a ladle of it and scooped it up. And of course, I've taken the salt water with it, and I put it in a jar. Actually, I put it in a glass at that time, and so and I put a lid on it so it wouldn't evaporate the water out. So now I have some amino acid, and then when I'm making my my plasma water that I'm going to drink, I take and I've got my plasma water, and I will add some of that salt water to it, because I'm not, by that time, I'm not, when I'm just using a small part of the amino acid water that I collected, I'm not adding that much salt comparatively, because I got a gallon jar, or right now I've got a 2.5, and I even got a 5-gallon jar that I use, and I put my my liquid plasma that I'm going to drink. So that's how I did it. I just used a ladle, and I collected it, and I put it in a jar. Now, I didn't know Armin was doing it that way, because from the information that we got earlier was people were drying it, and now we've progressed into simpler ways of doing it. So anyhow, what would you do, Don?
Well, I'm yet trying to figure out what exactly this pond scum is for. You know, I understand the principle of the GANs and the power that's generated once we make it, and so on and so forth. And I understand that the amino acid is, I guess you could call it life, for lack of a better description. But the application of that, I guess I don't yet understand.
From my understanding, it's a link to the human body.
So that's why it's related to all the health aspects of the Keshe technology.
Shandor could probably answer that as well, because he's been around this particular. He has principles down quite well. Shandor, are you still there?
I'm still here, yes.
Would you like
the applications of the amino acids?
Yes.
So, if you are going to make reactors in which you want to have some kind of control, you have to understand in plasma technology you cannot put wires and microprocessors and keyboards in order to make control. All control can be done by intention, by your own thought and decisions. But for that you need to have the connection. And the amino acids are the best way of connecting. So if you make your reactors which you want to control them, always put a little amino acid of its own, of each GANs into it. The amino acid is the common denominator of all the life forms on this planet and other places too. So there is a connection between that amino acid and yourself and your own body. It's hard to understand that. Think about the new quantum scientists' findings about such a spooky interaction between particles. If you have an energy, and if from an energy you create two different particles, or does not matter if you have two particles which were created from the same source, in that case it's existing instantaneous interaction between those particles. So that interaction doesn't travel with the speed of light, just it happens in the same time in one of them and in the other. So you can read in quantum physics presentations a lot about that. Think about Bell theorem, for instance. There are more other scientific works about that. Think about from an energy fact, you create an electron and a positron according to the quantum physics theories. And you place the electron in the lab of Alice and the positron in the lab of Bob, which are the distance in between. And now, if you are going to make measurements on them, maybe you have heard about Heisenberg's principle that you cannot in the same time to measure the location and the speed of a particle, or if it's about the spin of the particle, you cannot measure in the same time the spin on two axes out of x, y, z axis. You can measure only on one. And what happens in the Alice lab, Alice from A, you measure the spin of the electron created from the same source as the positron in Bob's lab. And let's say you measure in y-axis. And that you measure it's either up or down. So these are on one axis the possibilities of the spin. Let's say it's an up. Obviously, you understand that if they are a pair, electron and positron, antiparticles, the other particle has to have the y-axis spin down. If one has up, the other has to be down. It's just the opposite. So on the other place, you don't have to measure that. So now on Bob's lab, Bob measures the spin of the electron, of the positron, sorry, on the x-axis. So it can measure it. It will be either up or down, but in that case you violate the previous Heisenberg's law that you cannot measure on both, because you measure on one and you get information from the other part and you absolutely determine what is the other. Now another thing. Think about in an atom or in a structure, two electrons cannot have the same energy level. Always electrons in the same structure take a different, slightly different energy level. So now think about there is a piece of copper which has many electrons on it, in a metallic structure. All these electrons have to be on different energy levels. They cannot occupy the same. These are by laws of physics. How one electron from one end of the plate, of the copper plate, knows where is the position, the energy level position of the electron of the other end? So this also demonstrates that there is such a spooky long-distance interaction between the electrons. So every electron has to know the position or the energy level of other electrons in the whole universe. So all the particles which came from the same source are connected. They know about each other. So there is a communication of information, which is not by light, it's not by electronic means, of course. And if you read Mr. Keshe's books and his paper about the creation of the universal motion, you will understand deeper. So whatever comes from the same source that has a connection, a communication in between. And now, if we suppose that all came from one creation, from one creator, in that case, it means all what is divided in subsequent divisions all have a common denominator. They have a connection back to the creator. So you understand why there is an invisible and instant communication between any particle which is created in this universe. So this is we are using with the amino acid, for instance. Amino acid has been created from the same source as our amino acid. You know, the source of amino acid on Earth, it's the atmosphere of Earth. Hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, all created in the atmosphere of Earth. Then they combined and became amino acids. That amino acid which you get by your GANS kit has the same origin like the amino acid in your own body and the amino acid of other beings. So that makes you to have the communication line. I hope I raised your interest to study more about that. I don't want to give you answers. I just want to inspire you about what to look for. And I hope it was a little helpful what I did talk about.
Very interesting. If I have a little bit of understanding of what you said, which is very little, I might add, basically what you're saying is that our GANS in a container of GANS is let's call it a ball of energy, for lack of a better description right now. When the amino acid is produced, it gives that ball of energy life. Is that kind of on what you're talking about?
So energy and GANS are different things.
May I step in?
Yes, please.
My name is Estella, and I understand what you said because it's the basic principle of how we were created, and we forgot that we don't understand it because we have amnesia right now. But what we're doing with this is we're learning by playing to understand how we got fragmented, but in reality, we're all connected.
Yeah, we are not one, we are all different, but we have all a common line of communication to the source.
But when this is connected to what I was saying about the heart, because the uniqueness that we're having is we have a biofield, which is a living field, which as humans, our heart is the fourth life that we have. And the interesting connection with the nerve system, which the amino acids, all the cells, how the electrons or the electricity, travel through the cells, is because the existence and a perfect balance of the zinc, the copper, and the amino acids all together have to be in a perfect balance to function to perfection. And we know when a human body doesn't have those elements in the right balance, disease appear, depression, insomnia, schizophrenia, or whatever. But that the problem is functional, it's not emotional usually. But the important of what we're doing is, and I like what Mark did. Mark approached the salt with a different way, with his intention and giving respect to the salt and asked the salt, to kind of settle. And he used what he thought was the best part of the salt for what he wants to do. It's a different approach of another person. And this is about discovering that when you put that intentions, the projects come with a different outcome because you put that extra force instead to put the elements in a literal, scientific way without the heart, let's say. Sorry about scientists, but I believe in that creation. We have to come with a passion and intention to do the best outcome of what you're trying to create. And magic happen. And that's what we're discovering right now, that everybody can create that magic.
Yeah, and sometimes some scientists forgot about they are causing they are part of the experiment, so they are causing things, and they forgot about they are part of it.
Yeah.
They are influencing all the things by how they are doing it. So you see, when you do these experiments, the outcome is very much, it's very much influenced also by the intention which you put in.
Yes, and recently I'm experiencing with plants, and the interesting we've been putting in plants similar that you guys put in the gangs, and the plasma, you know, can affect plants, and sometimes you put literally the elements on the plants. And a friend told me that there was a research that the plants start to produce the elements that the people that put the intention so these plants grow, they were missing. Like if I'm low in calcium, the plant would produce more calcium than what the human was doing. So there was a, you know, feedback between the plant and the person. So both they were balanced. And I truly believe similar happen with this plasma and the elements, because you don't know how much you're taking out or whatever, you know. It's about the physics of the experiment, and you do the bingo, you know, I create something good and it's working, and you don't know why, right?
Yes.
Because there are a lot of probabilities to get the perfect combination if you do it in a scientific way. And so,
yeah, there are blind experiments, double-blind experiments, and so on.
yeah.
And there is experiment just to see the effect and not considering the cause.
Right. I'm just saying I believe this because we're dealing with different dimensions, and even crystals, we don't know where they come from in another dimension, but they're manifesting here as crystals, but they have their power, you know, and it's right.
Okay.
And so it's bigger than what we're talking about. So that's why these forces and intentions, and even the crystals and the amino acids, everybody has somehow an intention, and they're working together.
Yeah, and when you understand this connection, this long distance interaction, instant interaction in between everything which is created. So you understand that you have a better communication to something which is closer, and maybe you have not so direct communication to something which is much further, but it depends of your awareness and
Yes.
about your consideration.
Yeah. And
so, actually, it is our own consideration of our own abilities which limits us. The only limit put on a free will being, it's its own consideration about its abilities. If you consider you cannot do something, then you cannot.
Well, that's what I was trying to untangle. That it's like it's how you open to more possibilities.
Yeah, if you understand this universal connection,
yes.
In that case, you understand what you see on the intro video, which was often played at the beginning of Knowledge Seekers workshops with selections from Mr. Keshe's words. And there is a part where he says you can do everything you want.
I know, that's where I was making my comments.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the intervention and for your addition. So there is a long process of elevation of our considerations, our abilities, our knowledge. And while we are doing these experiments, when we go from matter state to plasma in order to understand plasma, when we go back from plasma to matter state, these are parts of learning. Now we need something material because we are bound to a heavy gravity planet. We are bound to materiality, to material existence, and we tend to not consider what is not so solid. But the universe is made of much more than we can perceive of it. It's our limitation of understanding which puts us now, hard task to understand something which maybe in other parts of the universe it's obvious. We are so much bound to the material that we need these experiments with plastic boxes, with metal plates, with spinning balls, with ganses and so on. And I hope at the end, after a long cycle of learning, we will not need those artifacts. So the purpose is to understand the mechanics of the universe, the way of creation, and to regain the abilities. And then you will reach to a point where you will need no matter elements, matter state elements in order to make your spaceship or whatever you want. It's a long way to understand plasma and how to use plasma. We have to understand about fields, we have to understand about plasma, what's the difference between fields and plasma, and so on. How matters are created, and so on. We are at the beginning of a long trip. You see, like in a Taoist saying, when you go, you start going up to the top of the mountain, at the beginning it's very obvious because from a long distance you see easily the top of the mountain, so you know where you are going. When you start climbing on the mountain, you may get lost in the details. You cannot always see the top. You see only forests. You go through the bushes, through the trees, through the woods, and you don't see the top. But if you have the intention where to reach, you have the purpose with you, and you don't forget that, you will reach to the top. When you reach to the top, it's very easy. When you start, it's easy. On the way in between, it seems a little complicated. When you start learning something, it seems very easy at the beginning. When you get into so many details, it seems maybe harder or complicated, but when you reach to the destination, you will find again the simplicity. We are now in this process, and I think it's a worthwhile challenge. It's a very, very nice game we are doing. It's a game of life and existence. And how to elevate us to be more at cause and less at effect, and to have the free choice. Oh, sorry, I went a bit philosophical about the subject, while the question was simple about how can we use amino acids. So amino acids are closer to us, and we can get more direct communication through not cables, not electromagnetic waves, but through intention. By the way, maybe you have heard China launched not long time ago a satellite which is to be used for such a quantum entanglement and quantum communication system. So they move some particles far from the source, one on Earth and the other in the space, and it needs several hundreds of kilometers or hundreds of thousands of kilometers distance to prove the theories by such experiments. And they are going now to develop such a quantum communication devices, which may be much better than the actual internet, which still has a time lag into. and is still bound to cables and waves and so on. In quantum communications or in plasma communication, you don't need waves, you don't need cables. Many people are working on it. It's not just we, the knowledge seekers, but you see, the world of the scientists is pretty much involved in it. As they are bound by so many non-disclosure agreements and other things, and peer review system and information comes slower to us. But recently I did some search, and I found many scientists working on this subject.
I recently came up with this important saying is, for everybody who's working on this, is to save the biofield. Because the biofield is what is the real plasma field that comes from humans, from these bodies.
Yeah, we invent different words and terms to give names to some phenomena.
But there is a difference between the artificial field and the biofield. The heart is the one, is the force, is a biofield. And
yeah.
then you are not
we have our plasma devices bound to our bodies.
Right. But what happened with this quantum physics, and everybody is doing these experiments, is that they're gonna go and override the human body, and they're gonna do the artificial way because they wanna control.
Yeah, willingness to control, that's an important point.
But the important is we learn to respect each other and work together in peace and being able to be humans in a biofield. Right?
Yeah.
And that takes maturity, accountability, and every thought and every emotion. And it takes a training to reach that level of 0 point, because the 0 point is the one that connects you between what is above and is below. And they give you that center point. Sorry, but this is deep, but it takes that responsibility of thought and emotion to, manifest the good things and what is the right thing.
Yeah, so emotion, it's a way of connection between your will or your reason or your control center to the physicality. You know, motion and emotion. Emotion, it's something which precedes the motion. It comes from the Latin motio is motion, and emotion it's emotio, very similar to English. Emotion is that energy command which says to get closer, to keep distance, to run away, to hide, or whatever motion to do. All is concerned with motion when it's about emotion. Don't confuse it with feelings. Of course, emotion is connected to your affinity with another, let's say, terminal.
Well, Don, did you get your question answered? I mean, the amino acid is a link between your physicalness and your mechanical device you're making. And,
got it.
And so even when you're making GANs, the amino acid sits on the top. Some of it also falls to the bottom. Just like Armin said, when you put that iron in there, the amino acid of the iron and the amino acid of the CO2,
I'd like to add here, sorry, I'd like to add here that not all the amino acids are the same. Every one has its individual structure. It's a different amino acid what you get from the CO2. It's a different one what you get when your reactor contains iron or magnesium and so on.
Yes, that is correct. That's why Armin said, what is it that you're wanting to accomplish? If you're trying to affect the emotions, then the amino acid link in that particular, whether it's a health unit or the maggrav that you're using, then you will want to utilize the zinc amino acid that's come off of the zinc kit, where you've put a nano-coated zinc and a nano-coated and a regular zinc that creates amino acid on top of that. I was surprised to see it happen when I first saw it. I was surprised to see that there was actually GANs falling when I used 2 zinc plates, one nano-coated and one non-nano-coated. I actually was surprised when I saw that.
And that's the zinc GANs, zinc oxide GANs.
Yes, using just a zinc plate, not nano-coated, and a zinc plate nano-coated and connected via a wire, 2 wires, one from the one plate, one from the other. And so I was amazed to see that, and also when I put the iron in, how the iron formed, and also how now that the iron, the zinc nano-coated, the zinc GANs is forming right around the iron that I've put in. It's some things that I wouldn't have imagined, and so the amino acid on the top. I was telling Don that in order to collect that, I used a ladle and I put that particular amino acid, zinc amino acid, in a bottle with the salt water I collected with it. I didn't dry it out. I didn't do anything with it. I just collected it into another container so that I could use it when I wanted to use it for that particular purpose. And so Don, to simplify it, it's a link between you and the physical units that you're making.
Okay, I get it. I can feel my brain expanding as this continues, so I'll have to put some thought into this.
You had too much inflow of information. You have also to outflow to keep the balance.
Perhaps we can come up with a couple of more concrete examples of that connection between amino acid. Like, for example, what comes to mind is a mother and the child. It's like the mother knows where the child is or whether there's something happening to the child, even if they're miles away, for example. They have that communication happening. Not just the mother, it could be a father, but some that family amino acid connection is there, and or perhaps it's a really good friend, and you just have some strange thoughts come in about that person, and then you pick up the phone and you find out something happened, or that the connection was real. I get that quite a bit myself, and I think it's directly due to that same, like Shandor was saying, it's a connection to source, essentially, through the amino acid structures, which are similar to our own, and ones that we've connected with, like a strong friendship or family connections, where you inevitably have a strong amino acid connection. So perhaps with strong friendships, even though the amino acids could be completely different, because the attention is put on each other's amino acids, you get used to the person's, the way they look and the manifest and their being around you and so on. And there's even an interchange of cells in terms of, if you're breathing the same air as someone else, you're taking in their cells, maybe using the same drinking container, whatever, different ways that people interchange with their cells. So there's definitely amino acid connections that can be felt, let's say. And what are some other examples of that kind of connection with?
That's a good enough example there, Rick. I think everybody can understand that, and that's exactly what's happening. Is that connection between you and the device you're making, and the amino acid is a great link that allows you then to not only it to link to you, but you to it. And there's all sorts of other things that are going on at the same time. The love you gave it, the love is a force field. It feels the love, it reacts, and it responds back to you that way, as well as other forces you put into it. I did want to make one thing that I forgot to say. I mean, that came to my mind when someone wants to know how I nano-coated the zinc. There's several ways to nano-coat it, but one of the ways that's a good way is if you had a zinc plate that you've used in a CO2 kit, and you've noticed that it's almost spent, that it has changed in its looks. In a sense, it's nano-coated, and I've used one of those with a regular raw zinc plate, and I'm using zinc that's 99% zinc. And so, but that is one way to do nano coating of the zinc, is just realize that the kit that you used the zinc that you used in your CO2 kit, it starts to get nano coated on its own while it's in that kit.
Right, it usually turns sort of a whitish color, or sometimes some other strange colors too, but generally a crusty white coating. Any instant hints on how to take off the crusty white coating if you want to return it back to plain zinc? I would suggest maybe vinegar and salt probably works on it, but I haven't tried that actually myself. I was going to do that in the next couple of days. I've got a couple of zinc plates that are looking rather crusty, and I'd like
don't do it, Rick. Don't do it. Use it as a nano-coated plate. You've let it gone to all that work.
Well, that's true. Yeah.
And so
why try to reverse nature in that case? Yeah.
But so try it and see how it works with you with a raw zinc plate and that particular other plate, to see what kind of experience you get from it, because I was quite impressed how it started to form its GANs, and I was impressed how it reacted with the iron.
That's a good suggestion. Thank you, Danny. I'm going to do that. And you just connected them with LED or with a wire?
I just use a wire. Some of my wires are partially nano-coated, and so I use a wire from one and a wire from the other, and I twist it, and I make certain that the wires are high and pointed up like an antenna, and I use it that way. And if it flops back down, I find a way to prop it up with a dowel or something, a wooden dowel. So how are we doing for time today?
Well, we're going to wrap it up pretty soon here, actually, but I'm going to try once again to activate my little device here. So let me just give it a go here. Okay, I don't think you can hear that, so I have to do it the other way, which would be through the microphone.
We hear ya.
You hear that, right? Okay. So this is the Gans Ball. It's full of, it's filled with Gans and Gans water. And it's got the little wire that goes down inside as an electrode, and it's hooked up to the computer. So let's see what it sounds like with my body. That's pretty intense. I'll take it over by the mag-grav unit here. Too loud, I think. Actually, I'll turn it down. But you get the idea. You can sense the mag-grav from quite a distance away. It's pretty sensitive.
What does it sound like when you're running by something electrical?
Well, for example, boy, it makes a strong noise just being close to it. You can hear the switch from quite a distance away.
Does it
Other things like
does it interfere with your radio reception?
the ball?
Yeah.
No, it's more of a sensor than than a transmitter. I'm just gonna undo the mag-grav. So that's pretty much killed that. I'm going to turn on the plasma ball here. We can hear that right away. Actually, it's got, let me get out of the way so you can see here. It's got a barrier, it seems like. I can't hear the plasma ball now. I can hear it there though, right? Right about a meter plus meter, almost a meter and a half away. Let's see if I get closer. Oh, that's very interesting. Wow, that is amazing. Okay, so what's happening? Let me turn off the other light here, I think might help. And you can see the plasma ball better. And so there's a point, like I'm about, okay, this is about 2 meters away. Get over this way better so you can see. Okay, I'm about 2 meters away here now, let's say. And as I move in, hear that? There's a barrier. Do you hear that? There's a a circular barrier around the, I could probably do it up here as well.
A force field.
Yes, there's a force field around the plasma ball. I've seen this before, but this is super sensitive to it. I've never had it so sensitive. It's great. I love it. So let me try that again, just so we're clear here. Now we're inside, and it's a different sound altogether, right? And it doesn't increase that much when I get closer to the plasma ball. I thought it would. Normally it's, okay, I'm getting a bit louder really close. In fact, there's another barrier right there about a few inches away. You can see it sideways more, where it becomes very loud. But again, it gets quieter right up close to the plasma ball. I'm touching it now.
What are the feeders on the plasma ball
when I
doing?
move back, we get that barrier right there. And again, when I move back here, right there. So
It's like a dead zone.
Well, it's more like an alive zone. It's super alive in this coating, this radius around the plasma ball.
Seems to be a little bigger this time. The dead spot seems to be farther out. What are the feeders on that plasma ball doing?
What are the what?
The little feelers, the little sparks that are coming off of that plasma ball are there. What are the little hairs doing?
Well, do they change, you mean, when I do that, or?
Yes, do they want to come more focused to that
Okay, that's a good
particular?
point. I hadn't been looking at that. I don't see much difference, really.
I can't tell because of the light, but it doesn't look like they're changing at all. They're doing their
It
random
changes when
action.
the ball gets very, very close. But you know, so is my hand and so on. Now I did have this thing on, so maybe that'll make a difference if I was to remove that. So maybe that sets up a secondary field. Boy, that is so strong there. I can't believe it. Okay.
Rick, can you pick it up down near the floor?
Okay, I'll go outside and then down along the floor here. I'll show what I'm doing. Okay, so I'm outside the zone now, moving into it. It's much closer underneath the unit.
It's got a flat bottom.
Pardon me?
It's got a flat bottom.
Yeah, it's like a spaceship shape.
A half sphere. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Go around to different
I'll try to get the
different
upper
radius, a different azimuth from that.
I'll show you the
from the
upper
ball.
radius here.
Go from it. So that so that you're not getting interference with something else.
I can't get, it goes over the roof on the top.
You got all those magnets up there on your roof. What does one of those magnets do when you go close to the magnet?
Here's the big long one. Oh, it's inside the zone, so it's hard to tell. I'll try another one here for you just as an example. Virtually nothing.
Yeah, that's why I was looking for different things that interfered, that may have been picking up noises from different.
No, it's really got that feel. I'm gonna go over this side and try it. Yeah, it goes all around, that's for sure. I can't get to the back because my cord isn't long enough. That's quite interesting. I like that. Let's see if I can tune something in that zone. It's like I can. I'll put it down, back down, so you can see the mag grab unit. It's like I can tune in that layer. Like the layer has a certain distance in it, that barrier, that Coulomb barrier kind of thing. So I'm going to try to tune it. It starts here.
Can you understand what it's saying there?
Almost. It does seem like it's a radio station that's being picked up. It's like it's being amplified. I know what it is. It's acting as a plasmatic antenna. That's what it is. That was on my list to talk about. I'm just realizing that's what this thing is doing. I've run into this before, but I've never identified it. So here we are. We have it's basically an antenna that I've created here, but it's more than an antenna. It's an antenna and a ground. It's a crystal radio circuit, but there's no diode in this one. But it's picking up on this layer. Can you hear that? If that isn't voices, I don't know what is. So I think we've tuned into a radio sound. I'm going to take off some of the effects and try to tune it in as an actual voice. Because I can't believe that without a diode or anything, that I'm able to get an actual radio frequency tuned in. I don't have any of the gear that should be able to do that. Okay, now I'm going to try to raise up a couple things and change a couple things and tune into this a little better. Okay, let's go up a bit more. Okay, here we go. I gotta keep everything from rocking and rolling.
can you hook this into your telephone so that you can make it portable and go outside and do things, experiments, so that you can have less interference from the things that are around you?
Yes, in fact, I've got a special phone adapter. Well, actually, that's the old iPhone, which works on my iPad. I've got another one for the iPhone, new iPhone, and it hooks into this where's the thing? To the iRig device. There's three different connections that come with it, and I do have some experimenting to do with the iPhone and iPad to plug in and basically wander around with plug-in devices like this without having the overhead of all the stuff here, the 60 cycle hum, which we hear right now. That's basically the 60 cycle hum, which is hard to take out properly.
Yeah, but maybe you could try to interact.
Okay.
I was just going to say, maybe you could, when you get your sensor into the field, try to interact with a ball with the test tube of GANs at different distances.
Right. Yes, this is part of what can be done. I wanted to try this other device, which I just put together a couple of hours ago. It's a little, this is a glass ball, and it has inside of it, first of all, it's got the plug-in adapter, so it's a plug-in ball. And inside is what's attached to the main, the plus of the cord is the diode. The 1N34A diode is inside of the globe, and it terminates in this wire. I've got it sort of wound up in a little coil, and it goes down into what's on the inside of this, which is basically it's nano-coated copper scrubby pad I've stuffed inside this little globe, and I've put in powdered nano copper as well, and I've put in some powdered copper oxide GANs. You can see they're kind of in the bottom as well. Whoops. Smash. No, it's pretty tough. So I wanted to try to use this as a sensor. It is actually more like a radio because it's got the diode in there, and I'm thinking that it might be a nice sensitive detector. So let's see what it sounds like in the same field of the plasma ball. And one thing I've noticed with these plasma balls and detecting this Coulomb barrier field, it actually depends on the sensor. Some sensors will detect that field closer or further away than other sensors. So I haven't figured that doesn't make sense to me, really. It should be like all measuring the same definite transition barrier. But for whatever reason, it is what it is. So let's see what this does at the same setting as what we had in the other one. It might be too loud. I might have to turn it down. Let's see how it is here. Okay, it's somewhat similar to start with. Okay, doesn't seem quite as sensitive. Let's see. Now see, I was going through the area, like it detects the field. Right about there, which is close to where the other one was. But then, another few centimeters in is where this one detects. starts to get quiet again. It's actually detracting all the tendrils of the plasma ball. It's hardly making any noise. Let it go out. Cool. I wonder what this one sounds like with the maggrav, so I'm going to try that. Switch off the... Actually, I'm going to switch it off while I listen to the... Switch it off there. Oh, just died all of a sudden. So I'll plug in the maggrav. Get a strong 60 cycle hum. See, normally I alter the pitch hardware to give a little bit of pitch offset. I can go up a little bit in the pitch on each of these 3 pitch modules that I have. And then we start getting more of a resonating beat to it. In fact, that's almost like a heartbeat there now.
Yeah, I like that.
Rick, do you get the same thing when you put that sensor by the plug strip? You're talking about 60-second or 60 cycle hum.
Put it by the what?
By the plug strip that the maggrav is plugged into.
Okay, there's a transformer there, so it probably makes noise. That's my Apple USB plug. I'll pull that out and see if there's other noise around.
There seems to be a different sound. You could imply that you're getting plasma pickup from the maggrav as opposed to 60 cycle.
And this is my modem. I'll put it close to the modem and get the sound of that. Now that's the modem with the Wi-Fi turned off. Let me turn on the modem Wi-Fi. I want to see what that sounds like with this unit. Just a second here. Okay, I'll go into my modem. Set up and turn on the wireless. It'll take a minute to kick in here. Let's see if I can hear it kick in.
that beat's still going on. That must be a Sonny and Cher song.
Well, the beat is primarily from the combination of the software, the way the pitch is set up. It's going to have some sort of beat frequency. But that beat frequency changes according to the signal at the same time. Let me see. I thought the modem would give us the... Well, I can... There's a way to set things up so the modem actually gives more of a very distinct pop, 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 pop kind of sound. And it all depends on how the software is set up. There's different settings to be able to do different things. Let me try the other setting just to see how that works. Oh, it's... Anyway, that's different setting arrangement. So,
Are you having fun, Rick?
Yeah, I am having some fun with this actually. I'm trying to figure out, different responses and different ways this thing can be used. Like it's possible even, like this is salt water, for example, here. I think that this, yeah, it should fit inside there, so let's try it, why not? Let me see, where's the editor? Okay. Just take it up a little higher in the band. Okay, and we'll just put it in there and see what happens. I'm not going to go in all the way. That's interesting. Oops. It's quite sensitive to being touched, especially with salt water, apparently. I'm going to turn down the settings and see if I can touch it. Well, it's very sensitive that way. That's cool. It's the first time I've gotten a good response out of a Gans ball, it seems. Plastic makes a difference. Being in the metal container seemed to suffice to say, there's experiments to be done. This has got the coil attached to the antenna right now. See what happens in there. Okay, let's turn that off for a while and give everybody's ears a break. Probably the live stream was probably echoing like crazy because that's the way I have to set it up with this system for testing with the live stream and so on. Anyway, suffice to say, it's a lot of fun messing around with this stuff. There's a crossover between the world of normal electronics and radio and that kind of thing, and the plasma world and the worlds of sort of the psychic realms and so on. You can get very sensitive when operating this equipment. It's an interrelationship between the operator and the operated gear. And especially with sound. Sound is something that we have a natural emotional response to. And with this kind of very basic technology, because it's so basic, it becomes quite sensitive over a broad range of frequencies. This crystal radio detector basic circuit is able to detect the full range, basically, of an electromagnetic spectrum, including right down to the sound level. So anywhere from a few hertz to, I don't know what the upper limit is, if there is an upper limit. And so it's a matter of us applying a tuning technique, because in that broad bandwidth there's going to invariably be a broad range of noise as well. Part of that big noise factor is that 60 cycle hum, which permeates all of our space wherever we are in any kind of industrial society, basically. And so there, I'm going to just stop that auto thing. And so well, here we are. We just play with things and try to do some crossover work between what the old school was doing and what got lost when we went to the new school, supposedly, stuff, and then what's can maybe be regained with the newest school, which would be the plasmatic school, the Keshified, plasma-sized school. That's what someone mentioned, that these devices would be Keshifying the Tesla technology and plasmifying it. Keshifying and plasmacizing. Interesting concept.
Breaker.
Thank you.
I think Jay wants to make one of these systems, and he's concerned about the software that would transfer from the Apple to the Windows.
Right.
He wants to know a little bit about the software, I think.
Right. Well, it's true that I use the Audio Hijack software, and it's made for a Mac. And there is apparently Windows software that does work, and I'm not sure what the name of it. I was given that recently, and I can't remember what it was. Does anybody recall what the equivalent? I think there was. I think Audacity was one of them.
Mario might know. I think John's not here today, so. But Mario, do you know?
Well, you talk any analog digital converter will work. You just plug in a phone plug and it gives you a USB, so it's an AD converter.
Yeah,
so
but
there's a lot.
You need more than that. You need more than that, though. You need to be able to alter the pitch in real time in order to get the real effects from it and so on. Otherwise, it sounds pretty much like static on an AM radio. The software I use, I've got, and plus you have to add a lot of gain and so on as well to be able to actually hear the weak signal. But I've got a bandpass filter, 3 pitch controls, a reverb, and an EQ. And I've just added a low pass filter as well I'm playing with. So there's different patches, is what they call them exactly. Sliders for patches and so on. So with Windows, there is something I can't remember.
Yeah, I've got it here. I think IL Mini Host module. I think that's what I wrote down when John talked about it last week. IL Mini Host module.
Okay, perhaps that was it. Let me write it down. So. Okay, well, people can have a look at that and see if that might be appropriate. Yeah, basically all you need is that 1N34A diode and some sort of little antenna for it, and preferably nano-coated to explore the nano-coated thing, or perhaps a GANS water antenna. That's could be a good one to do. It could be that a bathtub full of GANS water, especially if it was salty GANS water, might be a perfect medium to pick up signals or transmit signals through this kind of stuff.
So I have a question. This is Denny. I have a question on your first antenna. It was made of a ping pong ball, and the wires you had in there, I think, was that you showed one last week where the wires kind of fingered out and nano-coated. Is that what?
Right.
That one?
That's a different one. I've got that sort of buried here. It's fermenting in a pile of coils. And yeah, I still need to make a proper connection with that one. It looks like this now. It's a little salty on the inside. I need to kind of wash it out. I think I put a bit too much of the caustic spray in there. Starting to sort of eat into it a bit.
Well, in the ping pong ball, you don't have it like that. What's it like?
No,
in the
it looks more like this end in the ping pong ball. I just stuck it in. I didn't have a means to really push it out into a fan, so I just left it a little bit longer than this and sort of frayed it out a bit, pushed it in there, and it's in here, and it's probably about halfway into the inside there. So
can you shine a light through that like you would candle an egg, and see if
quite possibly. Let me try that. I don't know. It's pretty iffy.
what's it look like to you?
It looks like that technique doesn't work very well, but you can sort of see the shadow there. That's as far down as it goes, is that bottom shadowy dark area there.
I guess one of the ways you might be able to fan it out is if you push it far enough to the bottom and swirl it around, maybe it'll fan out a little bit that way.
Yep, that's an idea. I figured just making contact was good enough for the Gans water, but I don't know. You can see the Gans in the bottom there.
It's stuck. No, it
moves. It moves.
It moves.
Yeah, I see it sort of drop down every once in a while because you can still sort of see it sometimes.
So what you were really trying to experiment with was the Gans water. That was the most important aspect of this particular sensor.
Yes, I wanted to find out, well, one, if it increased the sensor by putting the Gans water in. It did, made a huge difference, quite a bit more sensitive. And, you know, obviously the next step might be to have different ones of these that are all built the same, but with different Gans waters in each one, to see what their range of sensitivity is. Let's say maybe each one has a certain frequency range that it likes to read in, and maybe the CO2 is, you know, specific to certain objects or certain substances it likes to read, whereas the copper oxide might have a different affinity for other things. Let's say maybe the CH3 being the iron-based derivative GANs, it might have a affinity for iron-based stuff. So, you know, maybe the file cabinet or the other steel things could respond more to that GANs compared to the other two, perhaps. I'm wondering.
So with your electronic skills, now you're getting a receiver. That's what you made there, was a receiver, right? And then what would you do if you wanted to make a transmitter? What would that?
Well, basically you can you can actually use the same circuit. If you look at the receivers and transmitters that Tesla put together, for example, he often used the exact replica circuit, just reproduced the opposite way for the receiver as opposed to the transmitter. So in that sense, this could still be an antenna. This could still be, it would be a transmitting antenna instead of a receiving antenna. And you would put energy into it in terms of, for example, an audio signal, a basic, you know, voice or sine wave or some sort of signal, right in through the audio port, essentially.
So
and then you could have one of these transmitting, and then another one beside it picking up the signal.
What I was wondering is if you would be, when it's filled with GANs, you could transmit the nomenclature of that particular GANs over to the receiver, and then you place your, let's say you had a cut on your finger, and you'd place your hand in between the two and see what kind of healing effect you'd have. So you get your transmitter and receiver, and you're basically transmitting the nomenclature of the GANs. Is all I'm trying to think about.
Yes, that's a good idea. And I had another idea today that would be very good is if you can imagine the health unit where you have two panels that you stand in between these two panels. Well, one of the panels is grounded to a salt water container, and the other panel is more or less the positive or the giving side of the unit. So you have a giver and receiver. So why not just hook up from the one line to the giver, one line to the receiver. The receiver would be the negative or ground part of the connection. And hook that up to our unit. Whoops, there goes the Gans ball the other side of the room, bouncing away. why not hook that up, this health unit, and we should, in fact, it would definitely give a difference in the reading with the person in there. I've done that with my hands in between. Well, I can do it, just with the coil arrangement, touching the coil or touching other components changes the signal. So a person standing in between these two field generating and receiving units could give a very interesting result. Different people would have a different response. A lot of it would be, I was thinking, would be due to their body mass. A larger person would give a different, probably a more pronounced signal than a smaller person in terms of their fields that they are absorbing and emitting, because our human bodies are very good absorbers of fields, and they emit the fields as well.
So when you're dialing in your radio station, is that a capacitor that you change to dial in the different frequencies?
That's right. Well, that brings up an interesting point, which is the idea of selectivity and sensitivity, the two main factors of crystal radio setups that they talk about. You have to have the ability to select different channels or different frequencies. At the same time, you have to have sensitivity. And so what happens is, generally, if your system is sensitive to one range of the electromagnetic spectrum of certain frequencies of, say, the AM band, then it won't be good at the other frequencies. And the sign of a really good high-quality radio would be you could select different frequencies and get high sensitivity in all those frequencies. So each setup takes a different capacitance and a different inductance, because that's the circuit that's so important with this with most radio technology, is this what's called an LC circuit, which is L for inductor and C for capacitor. And the inductor is what we call the coil. The coil, generally speaking, any copper coil is an inductor. It forms, when you put power through the coil, it forms a magnetic field. And so that's a magnetic field is in a coil is essentially storing the electrons, or storing the power, storing the energy in the coil temporarily. And with the capacitor, it's also a storage. It's a storage unit, but instead of magnetic power, it's plates that are close together, and it stores the electricity electrically as electrical fields on these plates, as an electrical potential. So you have on the one hand the coil, and the other hand the capacitor. And the coil and the capacitor cause a resonance between them, because the coil fills up and lets go into the capacitors, fills up and lets go into the coil, and they basically push-pull into a resonant harmonic thingy. And then if you have that, if you tune into that with your crystal and so on, your antenna, then you'll pull into that frequency. It'll match the frequency that you're trying to tune into. So you have two adjustments, to get back to your question, which is you have an adjustment on your capacitor and you have an adjustment on your inductor, which in my case I've got this this little screw thing here. It screws up and down. This little plate moves up and down on the bare copper coil here, and basically shorts it out in different places, so you can tune the coil to your variable capacitor. And then basically you can tune for the loudest setting for a particular station that you tune in with the capacitor. And that's sort of a traditional way to do it. With
So you know where I'm going with this, right?
not
That
necessarily.
you correlate it to the plasma side, even in the health unit. If you have the two, and you can dial in the different plasma strengths, and also using that kind of knowledge, transpose it over to the plasma side, even to pick up the gradients of the materials you're trying to make, and make the fields of those particular materials. And if you can slow them down slow enough, you've then been able to make the actual material
Good
itself.
point. Like, for example, with what we were just doing with sensing the different fields coming from the plasma globe there. If it's true that different materials have a different position in the field where they sense the maximum resonance with that particular geometry or material, then maybe that's where would be the sweet zone for it, to create something, a new material, or to have some special effect. And because we can actually hear that sweet zone, maybe we'd be able to move our reactors back and forth close to the maggrav unit or the plasma ball. I see them as similar. When the maggrav unit goes into higher energy systems, higher levels, then it'll act similar in its fields to the plasma ball, I'm assuming. So in that case, we would be able to move things back and forth to find that sweet zone where they create these new materials or other effects, and maybe we can listen to it at the same time so that we know that it's in that sweet zone. We don't have to like use our psychic abilities and I think it's there now and so on, which maybe that's a better way to do it. But for now, in the meantime, for us mere humans who need to have crutches and other devices to get around, maybe we could, make use of the sound factor, or as a way of guiding us. Maybe we don't need a bunch of fancy equations and all the other hoopla that goes with most modern technology, all this precise calculations that all inevitably end up being incorrect in the real world anyway. Whereas this is direct, in real time, instant feedback, instant communication with the fields, and you can't argue with the fields. It's either sensing a field or it's not sensing a field. You get instant feedback, well, as instantly as our senses and so on can accept it. But essentially, there's no. Let me just take a few minutes to calculate this and see if it's in the right place. No, it's not. None of that. It's you're either there or you're not there. So I like that as a feedback system. I like to continue working in this vein, let's say, until we produce some gold out of it. We are already, I think, we're getting. It's a penetration. It's not like all the answers are instantly there. Certainly not for me. And you have to play with things and keep working at it. And I spent many hours with this same sound that can drive you insane at times, but it's also quite meditative in a strange way. I hear choral voices a lot coming through, not real voices, but kind of just choral music. It's very ethereal and kind of out there a bit, but
So
once you get over
do
that,
do you
personal
know
part
about
of
the
it,
theremin,
yes,
the
my
musical instrument that
very much
does
so. My
that?
stepson played the theremin in his alternative rock band, and they became one of the best in Canada for a period of time. So yeah, I'm familiar with the theremin. And
It's using the static, and boy, that can it be pretty.
yeah, you're right. It sounds sort of like a violin in a way. And with that, you have two electrodes, basically, two rods that you move your hands beside these rods, and one of your hands controls the pitch, so woo, and the other hand controls the volume. So if this one was, then it would be, it would be the volume gets altered with one hand and the pitch with the other. Between the two, you can do, a lot. You can create some pretty magical stuff. And then if you run that through some of the boxes that they have that can transform the sound and so on, it's quite an instrument. How are you inferring it? How it might be used?
I have no way to correlate it yet into the plasma and the control of the plasma because I don't have the knowledge behind that yet.
Well, it could be that some of those older technologies could prove useful to us. I mean, when you think about it, it's interesting that Nikola Tesla, with his various excursions into different realms, he was always being sort of noting that there's strange sounds and strange voices and different regular rhythms that he was listening to, and this kind of thing has always intrigued him. And then, of course, Edison, one of the main thrusts of Edison was to try to record the sounds from the afterworld or the ethereal world, and to contact with the ultimate goal of being able to contact one's dead relatives and this kind of thing. And that was one of the reasons he came up with the recording devices that he did, the record player and so on, is trying to record these ethereal voices that he's starting to hear on the radio systems and so on that they came up with. So, I mean, that starts to cross over into some strangeness, of course, and gets into psychic realm and mediums and this kind of thing. But we're at the right time of year for that.
Radionics.
Yeah, there's radionics as well, which is a similar thing in some ways, where you have a black box which you can twist some knobs and do some stuff and get an output out of it, basically.
Yeah, I was sort of surprised. There's a guy called Thomas Bearden who played with the MEG, the MEG, which was 0-point energy device, and I listened to some of his lectures, and I was really surprised to find out he was involved in radionics, and that just piqued my interest. I sort of played with it for a little bit.
It gets into a lot of it gets into what we were talking about earlier about the amino acids and so on. Some of the devices I work with I talked about the Schumann frequency in teaching yesterday in the private online teaching, which I'm doing now, by the way, if people are interested out there to join the private online teachings. I've been teaching on the Tuesday afternoon in Central European time teaching, and that's what I talk about is similar to what we talk about here. And we were mentioning about the Schumann frequency and the theta brainwave frequency being the same frequency. And part of that is, like we were talking about radionics and so on, here's a device that's kind of controversial. It's a little crystal radio circuit inside of an amulet. And it's very special and it's tuned to the Schumann earth harmonic, the 7.83 hertz, basically, or harmonics of that. And the idea when you wear this is it tunes you into that Schumann earth harmonic, which also happens to be the sweet zone of our theta brainwave frequency. So we have beta, alpha, theta, and delta as the four main brainwave frequencies. And most of the time, people are sort of stuck in their beta brainwave frequencies when we're up and running around and alive in the world. We're usually thinking and reacting and emotional and a lot of stuff going on, processing stuff. And that's in the higher frequency, beta brainwave frequency. But what happens is when we're in the beta brainwave frequency, which is basically the physicalities realm, it's more to do with movement and doing and pondering and thinking and all this stuff going on. It's, the busy brain is sometimes called. That interferes with our ability to interrelate with the theta brainwave frequencies, or even the alpha and the deep delta as well. Deep delta is more for sleep and deep dream world, whereas the alpha is generally the sort of feel good and ecstasy and not the drug but the emotion in a meditative sense, and other higher realms. But the theta is particularly interesting because it's the keyway into the deep subconscious realm, where the psychic and other abilities, the higher mental apparatus and higher abilities lie. So the idea is if we can quiet the beta brain, then we can allow the theta to flourish more easily. And through tools like this, we can help tune ourselves to calm down the beta brain. Sometimes it's called a beta blocker, but that sort of gets into a medical term for beta blockers, which is an entirely different topic, different subject altogether. But to block the beta brain in order to allow the theta to flourish. So that happens naturally through the day, and it happens through other means, certain artworks and music and very specific things that are designed to allow that awakening process can be utilized once the beta brain is gotten under control. So anyway,
Is it theta that you tap into when you meditate?
pardon me, is it what?
Is it theta that you tap into when you meditate?
Well, that's people could be in various brainwave states depending, but that would be one that would be preferable for people. That would be one of the deeper meditative states, and also not just for meditation, but for specific, maybe for chanting or some other spiritual work and so on. That's more directed.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I thought I might, this is Denny, I thought I might get a plug out for Mario. I think Mario has a class like you did on Tuesday. I think he has one following the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Mario, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
You're giving a class too this week, aren't you?
Yes. Tomorrow night.
Okay, great. Thank you for. So yeah, the idea being that people can sign up to become a KFSSI student, basically, and it costs €100 a year, and you have access to, geez, what is it? About 10 teachings a week. Whilst one of them is public, but. So there's lots of private online teachings going on, and they're in many different languages now. And I think there's 27 teachers altogether at this point. And yeah.
I think Shandor does some classes too, don't you? Shandor, don't you? Aren't you involved in setting up a bunch of classes and teachings?
Yeah, from now on every Friday, I will hold Hungarian language private, not private, sorry, the public teachings in Hungarian language every Friday. For the others, we'll discuss with the education department and we'll find some time, but we have to let others also to show their knowledge and all the students get weekly the email updates with which day who is teaching.
Right. So, yeah. So people can sign up at the kfssi.org site. There's something to click on there to sign up as a student. And like I say, it's 100 euros a year, which is a pretty good deal in terms of education. And sometimes Mr. Keshe is there. He's not on all the time like he used to be, but he has special appearances. And the teachers are quite an interesting cross section of people that are now trying to transmit this plasma knowledge in each to our own abilities, our own understanding, and that's quite interesting to see. It's a challenge for people to that have traditional, education and so on, to convert their ideas and their thought forms into this plasmatic structure. It's a bit of a leap, and many people have taken that leap and are getting a good understanding and are able to talk in their profession plasmatically rather than from the matter level as we are traditionally taught. Okay. Yes, Jay mentions in the private teachings you also get access to a good few terabytes of data and classes from other private teachings in all languages on the education portal. So,
yeah, so you will find there, for instance, if you want to see my former teachings in English, you will find those they're recorded.
right.
Enroll as a student, of course.
And that would be right back to a couple of years ago, basically, right? To the original teachings will still be available.
So please enroll and enjoy the huge collections of teachings, besides of participating to the current ones.
Right.
Okay. You know, Rick, one of the things I was thinking about when the ladies, the gals of Gans, I can't remember what they called them.
Goddesses of Gans?
The goddesses of Gans. And Mr. Keshe made a suggestion about the presentation of how you do a seminar, and to go through the theory first, spend time going through the theory and showing all this. And what came across my mind was, if we as a group, like you'd made that one software of the plasma ray going out and meeting another one and forming into a plasma field.
Mm-hmm.
Taking what we know now and putting it in a presentation such that others could use it to, even if it's a PowerPoint demonstration, but video is always good, so that when someone went to give a seminar, they would have that presentation already there as a backdrop, as a resource to be able to teach others before they went into the actual physical making of things.
Right.
And I thought maybe if we could get a team together to do something like that, that would be of value. And of course, I thought you would be the one, you could be the ringleader.
Oh yeah,
Like
drag me into it.
you have nothing you need to do, really. All you're doing is fooling around with those sounds that take forever.
Yeah, right. I wish I had more time to spend on those.
Yeah, but I thought maybe you could find somebody and a group of people
Well,
that
it's
could
true
head
that
that up.
this needs to be addressed, let's say, and I think the people doing workshops do their best to sort of give some of that background and so on. But if we had, you know, even say a 10-minute video or even 5 minutes, but 10 minutes is a nice length for getting into the subject and developing it out and so on. I'm not sure how that would look, whether it would be animation or other types of, you know, work, but
Well,
yeah,
then it would always lead to questions and answers, and so I thought that would be especially. Of course, I was thinking of me because I was thinking that I would like to have a crutch like that. So if I ever gave a presentation, I wouldn't have to stumble and fumble and make any kind of false accusations. I would have something that would be, you know, kind of more on a approved level. Mr. Keshe would then approve it and say, well, you did good here, you didn't do good there, this right here, you might want to add this. And so that when it came to a actual presentation, we would feel secure in what we were presenting.
Yeah. Perhaps we'll get a clue with the new video that's should come out this week, I think, or very soon at least.
Is that John's?
John's, I don't think.
No, what video is
it's,
that?
Regarding the workshops with Farhad, and I think Farhad made the video and somebody else perhaps. I think.
Oh, he's in charge of all that, isn't he?
Yeah, and there's supposed to be a video that it's a promotional video for the workshops, for the new style of workshops that are coming out, and so on, from the Keshe Foundation, and how that, you know, we'll have a look at how that goes, how they sort of see how it gets laid out, or how the workshops, how they see it transpiring. It might give some clue as to where the movie would fit in and how it should be done.
Well, I probably don't. It's probably already there. Just be able to grab the resources that are there. So great.
Yeah, well, that's true too. A lot of it in this whole business is just organizing to be able to find the resources that are already there and making use of them. There's so many images and videos and different hours and hours and hours of descriptions and explanations and so on. It's pretty easy to get lost in the feast of information. It's pretty easy to get overwhelmed. I get overwhelmed, and I've been at this for several years. It's just sometimes I just about go screaming because there's so many things, so much information coming in. But it's all part of the game, is learning how to handle more information and take in the stuff you need for your current situation, current environment, and all the stuff that's going on, and make use of it, basically, and spit out what you don't need. So, I think we should draw things to a close here, perhaps.
I think we went over an hour. Once we got you going, you couldn't stop. You were all wound up.
Yeah, that's what happens. I get nervous for days before these events and can't even function. Once you get me wound up, it's hard to get me to stop. It's all good, I believe.
I was glad we got Armin wound up a little bit too, because
Yeah, that was nice. Thanks for your intervening there as well. That was a good segue.
we never did get Alex back after that one time he came on, but there was so much static on his end that we couldn't understand what he's saying. But I think he was trying to show how simple you could put a CO2 kit together using a simple battery, a simple D cell. I think that's what he was trying to get across, and so
Yeah.
I when we start to maybe needing to help people get going, is that maybe we could like have a good source of zinc that we could give to people. In fact, I know you're trying to cut this off, but I'll show you something that I got. Just a moment.
Okay, and that moment I've got a question from Pontus in the live stream. It says, hello, how is it possible to nano-coat stainless steel iconal sheet? Any suggestions?
Just to keep everybody up late at night. So I'm going to go to my video. At least I thought I was.
There it is.
So I have in this fine box, I have a lot of zinc, 99%. I got little strips. They're all cut. This is how I purchased it. Big plates, thickness, different thicknesses. There was 56 pounds that I bought from a company that sells zinc sheets. And so the whole point of it is that I'm not going to be needing all of this zinc. But what I'm doing is I'm preparing for a time in case I have to teach and show people how to do this stuff, that I have resources on hand that's available for them.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's one of the things that I do. And when Armin talked about, well, why do you need a 50-gallon CO2 kit?
Right, yeah.
And
well, this is great, Denny, because
I don't know.
If you think about it,
the answer is I don't know, but it sure works good. So, and that's the same thing. I bought a bunch of D cells and actually batteries, just so that if somebody wants to learn, and I have them available, so they don't have to go out and source them out. And I have the zinc available, so they don't have to source it out. So that's it. That's all I had to say.
Well, that's great, Denny, because that's the way of the future with creating these community hubs of both, number one, the knowledge, and number two, the actual
Did I lose you, Rick?
materials.
Where are you? There you are.
Just get me up here on this.
Can't hear you.
There we go. Should be able to hear me.
Is that my
now.
problem?
Yeah, I think your audio's down then. Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, mine's probably down too, so let's add it down from the other thing.
Did my audio go?
You're cutting out there, definitely, Denny.
What happened was I had this little device on my headphones that cut my audio out. So basically,
Okay.
I was talking about that it's good to have some supplies, because as the knowledge grows, you may want to be able to help others.
Yeah, definitely. We heard that whole part you gave there, and that was great. And I just added that this is the way of the future, is that each community needs to have a hub of at least one person that can distribute, number one, the knowledge, and number two, the actual materials that people can then take for themselves, to the knowledge and the materials to create for themselves. So and when push comes to shove, if there's, you know, the system goes down or whatever, from whatever problem, then we'll have local areas like Denny's that you know, people will say, oh, just go over to the Denny's bathtub and grab some of that CO2 Gans. He'll give you some and then you'll solve your problems, you know. This kind of thing. Word will get around, and it will become a central place from which the knowledge and the materials can spread. Of course, others will bring in their materials and so on that'll help with the whole thing. But it'll be like a seed bank for this technology. And
Yeah, and we don't
Funny,
know.
it's already happening out there. I'm in Australia, and I've been doing this since October last year. When I first signed on, I found some sources in Sydney for copper and things like that, and went through every little detail to make sure I was getting what I needed. And people have since then have told me that when they order that, they just say they want a Keshe kit, which is 12 gauge copper wire, a couple of kilograms, and they've really switched on to it now. They've got so many people ordering copper wire of the particular size, couple of kilograms, it's great.
And it's good if you can do local people, because the shipping cost for heavy metals is quite a bit if you're shipping them halfway across the world or something. But if you're just shipping to the next town, or preferably on a one-to-one basis, and actually just picking up at a depot or a location that of, a hot spot for zinc, just go to Denny's for zinc, this will be what will pop up.
We don't know what kind of earth changes we might have over the next several years. We just don't know those kind of things. We have some indicators that there may be some earthquakes and earth changes, and so I might be living in a very unpopulated area, but with the earth changes, I might be ending up living in an area where a lot of people have to move to. You have to move to, and so hustling up, trying to learn this Oasis system is something that is on our minds, of how to be able to get it done, and so in a sense, each of us have our own little innovation center that we're trying to learn and understand what's going on. That's why I think it will be great when if I got to a position where I was given a presentation and I already had that audio visual backdrop of the technology put out, then anybody who then came could also pick that up, even if it was on a flash drive, and I had a flash drive available, they could see it. This is little clues that Armin gave tonight, is stuff that we haven't really thought about, how he approached his water and his salt, and how he approached the amino acids, because what's online right now, we go back, we've progressed a little since our first CO2 kit. And what has progressed is the theory behind it as well. So when we're talking about the CO2 kit, we can talk about the theory that goes behind it. And so the little cues that Armin gave, just to put in that how he filtered the water and cleaned the water, and how he made certain, even when he made his nano-coated copper, how the water was important to him. Also, how he stored his amino acids. Remember, for a while there, where we were drying all those amino acids.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And so, but it's so much more convenient if you're willing to store it. And one of the things that some people are good at, and I'm not good at, is keeping a log of what I do. I don't keep a log of what I do, and but some people are really good at that, and it's important to try to keep that log.
Yeah, that's true.
And I'm pretty much done here. I know we've
I'm
been
pretty
over an
much
hour
done
and a
too.
half.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer the question from Pontus. How is it possible to nano-coat stainless steel? Any suggestions? I know that Mr. Keshe said when we were dealing with our rotating reactors several years ago, when all this first came up, we were talking about all the different materials for reactors, and he said that stainless steel is one of the most difficult to work with because it can't be easily nano-coated. So that's something that we would have to work with. One way that you can do it is to actually plate it with copper and then nano-coat the copper. Or what we were doing with some of the reactors in the earlier days was actually making a copper, nano-copper liner on the inside of the stainless reactor. That's what some of the knowledge seekers are doing at that time. So, any other suggestions from anybody on that? I mean, you can caustic it and so on and sort of get a bit of a nano coating, but stainless steel is pretty difficult.
Thinking of heat treating it, blasting it, getting it really, really hot.
Yeah, it'll
And
turn
then-
all kinds of
and then
neat
you
colors.
caustic-
I've lost several pots on my stove that way from overheating, and the aluminum cladding melts away, and then the stainless steel goes all different colors, and that's a sad event.
Yeah, well, my biggest disaster was I didn't have any zinc at the time, and I came across an electrode out of a hot water service that was pure zinc, but it was dirty. So I thought and it was on a steel rod. I got it, took ages to get it off the steel rod, put it in a pot, put an LPG torch on it to get the impurities out of it, and just as it melted, it caught fire and burnt like a sun. You know,
magnesium.
It's not that far away from magnesium zinc. You know.
Maybe maybe it was magnesium. It likely was magnesium.
Yeah, it burnt like it. There's no way I was putting it out. It was very disappointing to see all my work go up in flames, but it was bright. It burnt like the sun.
Yeah, that would be magnesium. They have both magnesium and the zinc electrodes available for hot water heaters, I've noticed. So, yeah.
Yeah. So after that, I just went out and bought some zinc. No problem at all.
Yeah, sometimes it's worth it to pay the price in these experiments and just go for it rather than try to sacrifice a bit. Okay, gonna wrap things up now. So
no, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I got
hands off.
I got a wild hair here again. Sorry about that. Since I'm going to show this to you. Get my video, will you, please?
All right. Here we go. Off in another rabbit hole.
This is a AA battery, carbon zinc battery.
Mm-hmm.
It's the one that has the little rod in the center.
Mm-hmm.
Fairly easy to take apart. This is a C battery. So there's your zinc.
Mm-hmm.
You could even put the carbon rod and use another C battery, one that doesn't have much goop to it, or even a AA battery, and connect to the carbon rod and to the zinc. A clip to each one. And in there, you would make and put your salt water in there, and you would make you have yourself a CO2 kit.
Yes.
I mean,
you have your cup to drink it out of once you make your Gans water and so on.
These right here are pretty good too, because there's a way to make a capacitor out of that as well. And so this one here, I think, let me see this, and this came out of the, yeah, this came out of the D cell. And I haven't cleaned this stuff out, but I did. And of course, you actually can utilize that other stuff in there to make a capacitor. It's what I can't forget. I forget the name of that makeup of that. There's a, you could even use that when you're making your own capacitors. So I think Mario was saying that he taught someone how to make their CO2, but there's your zinc right there. And you can notice that this one here has a shiner zinc, and this in here has a duller zinc. And then there's zinc right here. And these are zinc carbon batteries. And they have the rod in them to make the GANs. I just haven't cleaned these up. Now I got this stuff on my finger, and so I should have just shut up when I could have, and I wouldn't have had this on there.
That'll teach you, see? Try to push things too hard. Now you made a mess.
But I'm just letting people know when they see this video that they're getting their money's worth.
Yes, right to the last.
I don't want them to think they got cheated on this video.
That's right.
We gave them an extra hour and a half.
Yeah.
They know about all sorts of stuff now. They can go in and make a whole new life for themselves. That's it for me and for the fun of it. So
Okay,
good night,
Danny.
all.
Thank you very much, and that was a very nice way to end things. Okay, now we're really going to end. This is the real end. And we're taking no more questions and no more pictures, no more videos. And thank you, everybody, for attending.
Oh, breaker. Good night. Good night.
Where's that mute button again? Thank you, Denny. Thank you, everybody, for attending and participating and having fun with us here. We'll work things through and come up with more and more deeper understanding as we go along, I think. So,
thanks, Rick.
Thank you. That's it for now. I'm going to end the live stream.